Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 13th, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and along with Alex Skorick and everyone else that's here. You're all, I consider, hosts or co-hosts or whatever you'd like to be. We all have a microphone. This is a roundtable meeting. Again, we don't judge a man or we don't judge a soul, but whatever you say, we listen to. So feel free at any time to open your mic and to interject or to take objection, or however you feel the knowledge is hitting you in a way. And again, we are not going to make any judgments on any man or any soul. and that's not our position. But we'd be more than happy to hear from you, hear your views, hear your voice, and share your experience with all of us. Usually we start with the World Peace Treaty, which we will. Again, there's been more exciting developments in the teachings in the center we just saw, the Wellness Center. It's been in operation for, I think he said, the last 12 months and so, I think in the monthly sessions. But didn't he say that this system is more or less obsolete already? And it's couched that it can reach tens of thousands of people simultaneously for different conditions. So when he said this is beyond the world of science fiction, even beyond the imagination of the knowledge seekers, I think we're starting to get a taste of what is to come. It's just amazing. I can't even see how the developments can go any further, but apparently they will. But that was the hospitals of the future, where you just put on headphones, or perhaps in the future you may not even put on headphones in a disaster area or somewhere else. Certainly headphones may not be available or phone service, so it'll probably be targeted through some sort of satellite trajectory or another way. I know Huawei's been working on this for a number of years, I believe. But anyway, we're going to take the 498, and I want to thank Elias. Also want to thank Andreas for putting that beautiful video together. But I want to thank Elias for consistently delivering the transcript of these Knowledge Seekers Workshop. It's such a pleasure to read through them and to go back and review very simply. I know in the past it was taking weeks and even months sometimes to put a Knowledge Seekers Workshop together, but this is a great advantage for all of us. So I want to say thank you to Elias for his work and his team and the collaboration that's gone on. And of course, the advancement in computer systems has helped this process quite a bit, where they're becoming more or less flawless, even though there's a few words here and there that could be changed or corrected. I think it's a beautiful addition for all of us and delivered so quickly. Anyway, in the 498, we again went back to a little bit of this production of elements and organics and gases, but he said this is not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to create the fields of the soul in man, which leads to the creator, which of course is you or within you, and to create that ultimate field to basically jump on a line, he's calling it. Apparently, the way you tune your radio or your television, you can jump on different lines that will allow you to go different places. Again, unless you're doing the full transmutation, I don't think you really physically go anywhere, because as we know, man operates in the universe and exists in the universe, and the universe operates and exists within the man himself. So unless you're going to do a full transmutation, I think you can see other galaxies, other unicoses without even moving the physicality. And this is what we saw in Linz as well, where many people were in the machine, but yet they were in the ocean simultaneously. They were on the moon, as he said, picked up a rock and so on, or went to Mars, perhaps, again, without moving the physicality, unless you're going to do the full transmutation, which will probably come in the future. I think in Manchester, he's starting this process. And again, it's going to take, if you know how to do it, it's just a flick of a finger. But for those who are learning, it's going to take some practice and some guidance, assistance, and probably a few secrets that we haven't considered will be opened up. As we keep hearing, I am the beginning, I'm the end. Another way we've always heard it is in the holy books, I made the man in the image of myself. 497, another interesting phrase, I am you as you are I. So we're trying to jump into the center. He gave an example of the fields leaving the North Pole, coming into the South Pole, picking up energy, and this is what we're trying to do with our own structure, I think. It was interesting where he said Mitra is not a creation, it's not an entity. It's the interaction of the fields of the universe. So again, I was totally misled as he said Mitra was going and collecting the best of all the created things from the beginning of time. But again, he needs to reveal this and open this up little by little, slowly, as we become more and more prepared for the knowledge. Of course, a paper on book 1 is going to be written, which he mentioned, I think, last week. And this is the whole story of the creation, the interactions of the fields within themselves. Again, we don't need intermediaries. We don't need prophets here or in the universe, but you become that creator. As he said, we were nuclear physicists, plasma physicists, and now we're going to be creator physicists or plasma creators, something along that line. But we need to find out where and how we can enter and exit fields. So you can jump on any field if you know how, and go to any place, whether it's a unicos, a universe, a planet, China, New York, however you want to put it. So there's a lot to be opened up. And even this point about what we saw Christ do, where he made the blind to see, Mr. Keshe said, we're going to put blind in the system and they're going to walk out seeing in the physicality, not only seeing in the physicality, but having that second eye opened. And then, of course, inviting world leaders to see the process of creation, and others who will start. I know they're collaborating with the Chinese military on this, but of course NASA is involved. I think British nuclear is going to confirm some of these things. And again, when we saw the gas unit, or we saw the power enhancement unit, he said, we show you what we do, but we don't show you how we do it. So I don't know how long that process will going to be in place. As he said, we need to rewrite the books. So to rewrite those books, people are going to most likely understand it. Maybe it'll only be a select few in the beginning, and this process will get stretched out. This plan is not just, again, put together in the last 6 months or years. He said this plan has been laid out ahead of time for centuries. So there is a path, there is not a formula in a way, but a structure that is being followed. And there might be some bumps and ripples in it, but overall, what has been promised will be delivered. Another interesting point, the knowledge of this creation, this process, this interaction is in the reach of every man. And so that means everyone. And I believe that also applies to the vertical people, the horizontal people, and every other entity in existence. They all have this ability or this right to elevate and to expand and to enjoy and understand more of the creation and become creators themselves. The universe is expanding, and more stars are needed, correct stars are needed to be in those positions to do the work, to create in a more perfect way, the way we can follow Mitra, I think, in this thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. But as he has indicated a number of times, that this arrogance, when we think we have it, we've already failed. So this arrogance brings blindness, but servitude brings wisdom and understanding. So let's go to the workshop, and unless anyone has any comments. Trying to clear my throat for a minute. Something's dry there. But if you want to interject at any time, what I think we'll do is take two 10-minute segments and then 1:15. The workshop is about 35 minutes, and then we will go to the question on formulas. And putting this sort of process of creation on paper, which he said the creator would be very proud of you if you could do it, but basically it's an impossibility, but he hopes you try and see what you come up with. Actually, before we go that, I think we better go to the World Peace Treaty, which has been part of our practice here in the this particular meeting. And again, it's almost beyond believability that we can become peaceful, that we can find peace on this planet, and we can find peace with the universal community, because everything we see around us in the news and everything has much more wrong things in it than right things in it. But that's, of course, probably some sort of operation to lower your field strength. I know he did say many less people are watching television. They're more tuned into the internet. So maybe that's the way this knowledge will get dispersed as well. But finding peace within yourself, again, it's all up to you. And of course, the systems, and every system Mr. Keshe makes, is about elevating the soul of the man. And when the soul is elevated, it shows its beauty. But it also, I think, has that sensation or that feeling or that emotion, more of completeness. And again, it's a job we have to work on and do more and more of it. And as he said, the closer you become to this position, the more you have to give. But this is our World Peace Treaty, or the Universal Council's, Universal Community Council's World Peace Treaty. Again, they have an ethos. We're introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language, but this is probably at the heart, or one of the things that's at the heart of the universal community, that no matter where you look with the farthest telescope, Hubble or whatever, and the new ones, you cannot see any sort of conflict in the universe. We just don't see it. So I know Mr. Keshe said about taking a sidearm to the moon, and maybe when we realize this, I think many of the scientists in the space station are already there, but we need to bring this understanding back to the planet. And one of the ways to start it, if you don't think it's possible, or if it's your wish to see peace, or you want to get up to that level of understanding, is that it is possible, that you're basically peaceful. We're all peaceful beings in a way, even though we have a few wrong streaks in us. And we can elevate our understanding and become peaceful with everything as the creator is. He doesn't hurt or destroy his own creation in so many ways, even though the process of the universe do. Stars go nova, but again, the materials that they release just become part of a new creation. So it's almost like a big cycle. But this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it on the Keshe website, keshefoundation.org or keshe.foundation. And as Alex likes to say, you can sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. But if it's your wish to see peace, Path of Peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of this collective awareness by giving, and that's what we do, creating this dome of peace. We all seem to give from our souls at different strengths and different amounts. And that's great, because we're creating a bouquet of fields in a way, and certain fields will touch certain ones, and certain fields will touch certain other ones. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty for all of us? Okay, we, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're pledging your nation to peace, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, and a soul. Simply put your name there, signature, date, position held, and on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, your religion, perhaps if you have one, your city, your town, or as an individual, have it witnessed. And then, of course, I think the most important part of this, that it reaches others, is to display it. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to the fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe. So I would imagine that everything you come in contact with, the plants, animals, people, bugs, other entities, again, it's all a face of the Creator in a different manifestation. And as we start to interact, I think, with the universal community, we're going to see some things in colors and shapes and sizes and beyond our imagination. So this is why it's important finding peace within yourself, finding peace with the other entities on this planet, and then, of course, finding peace across the universe. Otherwise, you may be put in a position that you're sort of isolated, and you won't be destroyed, but until you can learn more and learn to give. And I think this is a part of this process. So we want to go out there peacefully. As he said, about the banks and everything. Will they shut off your oxygen in your suit if you haven't paid your bill or something like that? I mean, hopefully we can have more fun with the technology than it's been kind of difficult to get through it, and many of us haven't achieved much, but we've achieved millions of times more than before we've joined the foundation. Any comments or anything anyone would like to say before we go and hear it from the teacher himself, as he knows how to teach and he knows how to deliver? But we're also, I think all of us will be approximating that in a more or less a similar manner as we start to venture out across the solar system, the universe, and the Unicos. As the Creator is doing this remodeling project to bring all of the created things to have that ability to transit between the two dimensions, and there's probably much more to it. Even the interaction of creating new souls and new creations that have never been seen before. And this apparently goes on among planets and civilizations that exist in the universe. They may not do it the same way we do it here on the planet, but it may be just an interaction of fields where the soul is created, and then that soul is allowed to take on whatever shape or dimension or no physicality or however it'd like to. So this will be happening, but he said the creatures that are created are quite unique when you bring different civilizations together, especially if they're from far-flung corners of the universe. But this is the process that's been going on for trillions of years, I would estimate. And they're all from the same Creator as you. And that's one of the beauties of it, that we don't fully understand the Creator or the process of creation, but this is the way he's bringing us into it in a way, slowly. Again, some of the things we're not quite ready for, but he is preparing us to be ready. And a lot of this work has to do with yourself. As he said so many times, this knowledge is about what it means to you, not anyone else. You're your own Mekti, your own savior in a way. You save yourself. And this is what Christ showed us, but this is what the religious leaders, and it doesn't matter whether it's in Rome or in Tel Aviv or in Tehran, they've all apparently have tried to hide this understanding that you are the beginning and you are the end. And this is what Mr. Keshe is opening up for all of us. And then, of course, to share it, not to become another prophet. As he said, try to be humble with the knowledge that you understand and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path as the church and the mosque. So let's hear more about these exciting developments. Again, we'll see how fast it gets delivered. One of the things is how fast people accept this technology, but I think the governments are playing a leading role in that, because they can sort of bring it out to their populations. And I know many of the governments that are underdeveloped, have people in such dire needs. They're really wanting this technology. They've wanted it for a long time, but it has been blocked. But I think that's about over now, even though there may be some bumps and ripples in the process with China picking up or taking a bite of this apple and the structure that's in place already, I think. And again, who wouldn't want to drop these tools of war and move out into the universe in a peaceful manner? Only a few. I think the rest of us will benefit. And of course, we're not going to put them in jail or punish them. We're going to elevate their soul so that they can't even remember what position they had before. And I think it'll get wiped out from the rest of us too, about this killing and destroying idea. But there are a few places that need that sort of elevation, and he said it's only a speck of dust in the process of creation in the universe. So there's a few places that need to be corrected. Some of the souls that left here and probably other places have started the process of creation in a way on the wrong foot. So some of those places are going to be needed to build the restructure the creation, and you may be part of that, perhaps. I don't know what's fully in store, but I believe it's the unification of the entire creation into one soul. Not that there won't be individuals, but again, they'll think correctly, they'll speak correctly, and they'll do correctly. But first, we're going to bring it here. And the beautiful process, as Mr. Keshe said, is just amazing. So would we like to see the transcript as we hear the words? I think that works so well. And of course, Mr. Keshe is delivering on the soul level. This is the way he works 90% of the time. But I thought we'd do both. We'd hear Mr. Keshe speak and also go through the transcript. As I said, we'll just go about 10 minutes at a time, or feel free to stop it at any time, make a comment. No one's wrong and no one's 100% right. So feel free to add your comment, your thought, what it meant to you, or ask perhaps for what others think. We're not going to tell you what to think, but we can share with you what we think about what you're thinking about. So shall we start? Or does anyone have any comments that they'd like to make? Again, everyone has a mic. Feel free to open it. Ask to stop the video. But we're going to take a 10-minute, more or less. The last one will be a little bit longer. But we'll take some of these segments and go through it. And then we'll hear the question about the formulas and trying to write this down. And then we'll go to Alex. Okay, so let's start. Again, anytime you'd like the video stopped to raise a point, ask a question, ask what others think, and so on, just feel free to do that. And again, we don't judge a man, and we don't judge a soul.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 498th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 10th, 2023. This is the broadcast of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Education Department, and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be host once again here today. And once again, we have the pleasure of being joined with Mr. Mayran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I'm sure he's eager to deliver today's knowledge and information about the Keshe Foundation. So, Mr. Keshe, would you like to go ahead, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers program of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. As usual, we welcome you back. And as usual, we try to understand a little bit more. Last week, we touched on something very, very important, and the week before. And we build our knowledge up today on the basis of the past 3-4 weeks. One of the most important points of our work As we said, we have managed to, in connection and cooperation with the Chinese military, show the production of materials, show production of organics, show the production of elements. Doesn't matter in what shape or form. But what is the ultimate target? Are we still going to make calcium, copper, and zinc and whatever? Or is the ultimate target of all this work is to be able to understand, to make the fields of the soul of the man? At the strength of his work, we have replicated to show the energies of the matter. The ultimate goal is to be able to replicate and produce the energy, the spectrum of the fields of the universe. And one of them be the strength of the field, which lead us to the Creator. This is the work, this is what we are targeting for. And this is not just to show we made elements, it's not to show we managed to make a gas. Is a stepping stone towards the ultimate goal, to create that ultimate field which makes us, and that process allows us in that position, create a condition for us to board the line, jump on the line, connect with the line through our soul to the dimension and direction of the soul of the Creator. But we are learning step by step. We are learning gradually. We came in with nothing. We came in with a stick in our hand in the caves. We didn't even know what a fire was, that we understand the energy conversion. We learned step by step about the metals. We mastered them, we alloyed them, we made chemicals. We became nuclear physicists. Now we become plasma physicists, and then we become creator physicists. How do we find a line to our Creator? And then with that, we become the ultimate goal. We become what all the creation is about, to become that parcel of the creation. When you look at the magnetic field of the Earth, it starts from the North Pole and it turns back to the South, as you've seen in many. That Earth is the creator, is the center. And those fields show the way you can get to the center of it and become part of it, create this atmosphere, create this dimension of creation, interaction with others. And this is all the ultimate goal, to be able to jump on one of those fields, that in rotation and movement in the direction of what we call attraction, we become part of, we touch the soul of our Creator within when we go through it. When a magnetic field goes through the Earth, touches what's inside in the center, absorbs energies from it. And as we know, the North Pole of the Sun or the Earth is always slightly warmer than the South, because it's gathered energy, it's gathered magnetic fields from the center. And somehow it's become part of it. And this is the whole subject, this is the whole principle of the teaching, the ultimate goal. Would it come to the point that we can create fields, that the interaction of their fields will, the interaction of field of our soul puts us on that path, that we become in that part of the hemisphere, we become that part of the atmosphere, and rotating, we create the dimension of manifestation of the existence of the Creator. Now you understand what it means. I am the beginning, I'm the end. I'm the creator, and I'm created from the creation of my own. Now, what's the ultimate goal? How do we make that system? To make what, if you go back to the teaching of some months and years ago, I told you many times, make ganses of ganses. That the interaction of the ganses allows you to create that field which leads at the strength, if you get it right at a certain position, the strength of the field to get on that line of the loop of the fields of the Creator. How closer you get in or further you are is the strength you absorbed. And then the closer you become, the more enlightened you become, the more you have to give. The fields of the earth 50 kilometers are cold, and the fields which are near, in interaction with the field of other and the inertia, creates life, condition of life, condition of existence, manifestation, creation. And this is all it is. We are somewhere 500,000 kilometers away from the center. And we are trying to jump in frog leap and come into this inner circles to be able to get close enough.
So it does seem to get to that closer position, the more you have to give. If you're withholding back much or too much, I don't think you're going to get there so quickly. There's going to be some sort of block that it's hard to say, but it's just my understanding that we have to remove some of these blocks. And the closer you want to get. So could it work the other way? The more you become an unconditional giver, the closer you do get to your creator? Okay, let's go back to it. I have to switch between these two. So if you ask me to stop it, it may take a moment. Okay, here we go. We're going to start. Oh, I have to start it on the other one. Okay, here.
To earth, close enough to the soul of the creator, that we manifest, we show the creation and the creator through his creation. Now you understand. And in the coming time, in the coming days and months and weeks, we endeavor to make that system. We are working on it. We are working on making a system that creates the fields of the creator, the ultimate goal. And then in the interaction with the soul of the man, becomes the will of the man. I am in command through the interaction of the field of my soul to create what my wish is in a dimension of the wishes of Mitra. We are all servant to her and nothing else. And through serving her, we serve the creator and nothing else. And Mitra is not the creation, is not the entity. It's the principle of interaction of the fields of the universe. It's a path of living. It's the way you interact to lead to creation of the perfection. Now you understand. All this teaching, all this going from GAN system, this and that, and the Maghreb system and the rest, has been to bring you gradually to the position to be able to create the fields of the creation. Then you become the beginning, and you become the end. Depends where you jump into the circle, on the North Pole as it comes out, or on the South Pole as it goes in. But that pole is your soul. That pole is the soul and connection of you with the Creator. Every soul, in the essence of its creation, at the point of its manifestation, has the field line common denominator with the source. There is none, no life, there is no soul, there is no existence in the universe which has no direct connection to the soul of the Creator. Now is our job to find that, to find the strength of.
So again, it's your job to find this, but he said they're going to make systems. So maybe those systems will help elevate you into that position where you become that last man standing, your own doctor, your own farmer, your own pilot, your own energy source that we don't need, but we have to get into that perfection of Mitra. And if it's the interaction of fields, and if there's no formula for that, then we can't really write it on a paper and say, read this, this is how you do it. It's all up to you and how much you want to find it and interact with it. And this is the line of the creator. This is the ultimate goal, to create those fields to reach the creator. Anyone else want to make any comments about this? But it looks like it's not me teaching you or forcing you or anything like that. It's all up to you as an individual, as a soul. And apparently every soul in the universe has this capability of finding that line of communication. But I don't think I can do it for you, and I don't think you can do it for me. I can share with you what I understand about it, but again, ultimately, it's up to you. And I'm sure some of the systems that we see, or if you've experienced wellness through this process, it will certainly help you on that path to realize there's so much more. And to be that total giver, as we see with the Son or the Creator, unconditionally giving. And a lot of times we conditionally give, and that doesn't really work properly. You've already lost again at that point. So a lot of things we thought were correct are going to be understood as not being so correct. But again, it's for all of us to find it within ourselves. Whoops, I have to go back and start it again. I think I can start it from this page.
To create, to build systems within ourselves, outside. Man is genius in building machines to replicate and create that field, that single field that in coming in touch with, in connecting to, we get enlightened. And then we see the whole knowledge of the creation. And we become part of the Creator that itself is created out of its own creation. It's very much, if you read the book one, is the story of the creation, interaction of the field, which leads to mass and to weight out of interaction of their own by their own. Now where are we going and how we reach this? We have shown in the position and the power creation of some 30, 40 elements and organic elements in the past few weeks. Keshe Foundation, in collaboration with the Chinese military, now endeavors into the next step in the coming days. We endeavor to create a new condition. We endeavor to show the existence, how actually it starts, and where can we enter the fields, and then where can we exit the fields. For you to get from North Pole to the South Pole, if you're lucky, and you're on a rocket, or you can drive and swim and everything else, takes you a few weeks to get from the North Pole to the South Pole, or at least.
So is again here, is he talking about the transmutation, or is he talking about the dimension of energy of the soul and the soul of physicality in a way traveling together and being part of it, but as an observer, or maybe not the full transmutation? Or maybe you can make many of these journeys and manifest yourself in many of these different positions. I know he said in the past you could send thousands of scouts out from your soul to many different positions. And perhaps this is that level of the Creator where he feels and senses everything that's going on in every dimension. But the Creator is saying that you are like me and you'll be a creator, or you'll be doing the process of creation. But it has to be done quite perfectly. And apparently it hasn't been done. This is why this, or it's just the way it's come together. And there's a correction process, or I call it remodeling the creation in a way, to create that perfect system, that perfect soul. Anyone else want to add anything? We continue.
A few days. But the fields of the earth from north to the south is instantaneous. Now we are interacting with the field of the earth. What about the fields of the universe, which already interact with the field of the earth, and we jump on them? And then what about the fields of the unicos, which interacts with us within the structure of our universe, if we get on them? And then we know all these fields comes from the fields existence of the Creator. What about if we jump on that? It's not impossibility, it's the lack of knowledge. It's not that it's in the dream, it's the reality that we have not understood
Again, jumping on these fields is instantaneous. There is no travel time. You're there. You arrive. You don't travel, I don't think, unless you're in a matter state craft. But what he's talking about, jumping on different fields, that's instantaneous. So you can be here, you can be in the Unicos, you can be on a planet somewhere else instantaneously. It's just, again, it's hard to get our understanding around this, but this is why he's opening it up more and more for us to understand it. But again, it all leads back to you and how much of it you're not being forced into it. And again, do you want the donkey, or do you want the UFO, or do you want the creator? So, all the same, as we know, the soul is inside the physicality, but it can also be just the opposite. The soul can encompass the physicality. As he said, the matter state and the plasma state is all connected and collaborates in a way. But it's just our lack of understanding our own beauty and our own creation. And of course, the fields of the universe are changing too with this process. We can't really see it, but in the future, I think we'll have time to see, we'll have time to understand it, he indicated.
Principle. And now we are sitting in that direction, that dimension. In the coming days and weeks, we will show a new dimension, a new structure, a new way to think, to interact, to feed. I walk within the fields of the system and I receive what I need as medicine, as food, as energy, as the interaction fields to interact with the Creator. We are entering a new dimension in science and technology. We are entering into a dimension that we can put a blind near the system and he walks out, that he can see the whole creation, not only the physicality of the man and the exploration of the science and technology in the coming days with the Chinese military will open a dimension in the world of science that even the scientists will not be able to understand. It'll take them hundreds of years to understand how we did it. And how we will develop this position.
So again, are they going to leave the scientists languishing and trying to figure out how this is done, but the technology will be available to everyone? Any comments from anyone? I would think he would say, well, the scientists will know in the next 5 years how this all works. But maybe under the current understanding of their science, they won't understand it for centuries, unless they adopt the new science and new principles of the creation process, which man, we know, is blind to at this point. Or will we have a what they call a breakaway civilization in a way? I think we're all included, not one soul will be lost. But again, maybe people will want to stay and not go. Although on the other hand, he said the planet would become depopulated due to the colonization of the moon and Mars and the rest of it and beyond. It's the most beautiful place, Mr. Keshe said, in the matter state in the universe. That's what he said. He would leave when he leaves from the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe. But there's still a lot of pitfalls and entanglements in this matter state, we must agree. Or do we want to go out and explore the universe and maybe come back and tell others all about it and what we've seen and what we've experienced, that they may want to take the same journey in a way.
Condition where you can bring a man blind and walk him out, that he can not only see himself with the eye of the man, but opens the eye of the soul of the man to the whole of the creation. We saw the beginning of this process We saw the structure of this process weeks ago, when the first Chinese military officers walked into the room and they saw fields, they saw everything, and they could not believe. But I cannot tell them what's in there because it takes understanding. These people are blind to the knowledge. Now we set to watch. We set cameras, field detectors, and everything else possible to understand how can we find the soul, can we find the field's interactions. And then we invite the world leaders to see the world of the creation as it's created. The collaboration between the Iranian government, Iranian scientists, and Chinese in the next few weeks will break through a new world of science beyond man's imagination. Because when we showed it and when it was seen in the past few weeks, has put the scientists and the military and the man to be baffled. It's an unknown science, but we have two choices. We can drag you along in bits and bits, or literally drown you in it. And I think drowning the man will be better because he will learn to swim than dragging it and hope he'll one day get to the water.
And haven't we heard that about swimming before, where you put the baby, some people say you just throw the baby in the pool and the baby automatically learns how to swim. Gee, it seems a little bit rough in a way. Or do you want to take them to class 1 and swimming instruction class 2 and swimming instruction class 3? So it looks like we're going to be inundated with this knowledge, and we'll be able to accept it and adopt it into ourselves in a way. Anyone else have any thoughts about that? He equated it to learning how to swim in a way, instead of dragging you to the water and then you just put your little toe in and, oh, it's too cold, I'm not going in. Apparently we're going to be drowned. Or in another example, he said we're going to make man drunk with this knowledge. So
The understanding of the science, the understanding of the technology, the understanding of the knowledge of creation is at the reach of every man. Doesn't need any prophet or any holy book. It needs clarity of understanding. It needs the being in a position to accept, to see, to analyze, and then not to judge. As I always said, repeated most of the time, when you came to Linz, we said we are not there to judge. We accept what you see, what you see. Some saw the mermaid, and some saw and felt the soul of the Christ. Some went on the moon and touched the stone. And some came to see nothing, came blind and went out blind. The arrogance bring blindness. The servitude bring wisdom, understanding. And that comes through the soul. That comes through the interaction of the fields. In talking to
So again, through the soul, through the interaction of the fields, it comes, not through studying the blackboards and the telegrams and all this writing in the matter state. The arrogance brings blindness. The servitude brings wisdom and understanding, and that comes through the soul. That comes through the interaction of the fields. And that's all you have to do, is just be humble about it and drop the arrogance. And we all are there. I'm not saying I'm not there either, but I'm trying to move away from that. Again, I always knew there was more in everything that I've ever thought I mastered. I knew there was more to it. And as Mr. Keshe said many times, there's even levels above the level of creator, but we're not ready for that yet. So even at the level of the creator, there's not this arrogance, because it'll blind the creator to other levels that are even above the creator's understanding. Do you think the creator could learn more? He's learning about his creation. So I would imagine there's even, as Mr. Keshe said, there's levels above the level of creator. But we're not quite ready. I think we have to get to that level first, which again may take a little bit more time. Let's go back to it. Any thoughts or questions? Please feel free. No one's going to judge you or be critical of you, at least not while I'm here. We continue.
Man has seen and has to see everything in the dimension of physicality. In talking to the wise man, he understands the wisdom of the creation and sees the fields. In the coming days, and I'm sure if we get the collaboration and the work of our team and with the team of the Chinese military, we will open, we will show, we will detect, we will do everything to bring in a new dimension in the world of the science and technology, where we do not need to produce anything to live. And once we connect to it, we are connected for life. We shall not kill as we receive what we need. We live to the dimension of the purity of Mitra and the ethos of creation, and in all three dimensions of the essence of the creation of Mitra. Maybe now, maybe in the coming time, maybe in the next few weeks, we'll change the course of humanity by physically showing it to humanity. Many of you will burn your books, and many of scientists will deny the existence of the past. But it has to be understood. We deal, we work, and we show the dimension of the fields in motion. What we dealt with up to now, as I said many times before, is a matter state. There is a difference. Maybe.
So apparently these videos are already made of what the collaboration with the Chinese have shown, where they walked into the room and they saw this. I know in the future, Mr. Keshe said we would also have developed cameras in a way to see these little energy vortexes going into our skin and other places that provides about 80% of our energy. Where all the hair follicles are, where the cross hatches of the skin are, these are all create some sort of vortex. Even if you have no hair, there's a seed in there that apparently attracts magnetical, gravitational, plasmatic fields, which your body then converts into 80% of the energy that you exist on. It's only the 20%, but I think that's going to be taken care of in a way. First through systems, and then take the training wheels off when you're ready, and then you proceed on your own to create any wellness conditions. And if you're going out into the universe, obviously there's going to be many times you need to rebalance from these energy packs. This is what we went through. And he said, we're going to do a deep dive into this understanding of corona and the calcium and the rest of it, because this is definitely instrumental. Even though we have a horizontal unit to rebalance you, eventually you'll be doing it on your own, because the universe has no bacteria, but it is full of different sizes and strengths of energy packages. So this will be up to you. Even energy packages, he indicated, that can affect your soul, which more or less many things cannot affect your soul. But there are energy packages that will.
In a simpler way, I can explain, is matter state is connected to the inertia of the fields in matter state, and the plasma state is connected to the inertia of the plasma state, and both exist in collaboration, in conjunction, and within each other. The man exists with the soul within it. So man is aware of both dimensions. To what extent, to what limit you as knowledge seekers come to cross that line Get rid of your diagnosis. Get rid of what you've been told in the matter state. Hold it, treasure it, and keep it. And then try to understand the world of plasma, world of creation. For this best tool, the first thing I could give you was magraphs, and I keep on telling you. And I'm hammering it in, and hammering it in, and you're still there. It gives only 30% reduction. No, see what fields it creates. What are its potential? What are its dimension? And then take the next step. And maybe in the coming time, you as knowledge seekers will become the first passengers of the universe than the universe. It doesn't take much. It's just a flick of a finger. It depends how you flick that finger and how it ends up, and how that coin rotates and how it lands. Try to visualize the interaction of the fields from a bottle of cats in front of you. Try to visualize the interaction of the fields from a dynamic core in front of you. Try to visualize the existence and interaction of the fields of the gas in front of you with the room fields, with the atmosphere you're in, within the earth. And then see if you have not missed one thing. You were too busy to see how these fields goes, and you forgot that fields are already interacting with you. Then you understand the wisdom of knowledge. As usual, too physical, you forgot about the reality of the creation.
So that maybe we just have to accept the point that they're already interacting with us and have that strength of emotion or emotion to jump on them, and things will happen. Again, we're all learning. I'm in the same as everyone else, just trying to figure this out. And as he said, you know, it's already, these fields are already interacting with you. You just have to bring some way, somehow, and he said he would teach that to people in the coming time, coming up, of how to jump on these, how to bring that barrier down, whatever that barrier is that's blocking us from being able. We do it in the dream. We go from one position to another scene, one scene to the next scene, and we see it, but we haven't fully understood how to do it consciously. And this is what the technology is bringing us. But amazing it would be to see those videos, probably like seeing confetti or something like that on one of these parades where they drop all this confetti from the buildings and it's just sparkling or glittering and coming down like snow, for example. And this is probably what they were so baffled to, and then they were picking up pieces of copper or pieces of zinc or perhaps gold or other things that were created. But that's not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to create these fields and to jump on them, the fields of the soul of the creator or the creation within you. Anyone want to make any comments? Have you seen any of this in science fiction movies, or has this gone beyond the movies that we're used to watching? Okay, we continue. We're almost there. I think this ends in about 14 minutes or so. And then we'll go to the one question about formulas about doing this. Well, I want a formula and so on. There aren't any, but you can try to develop one.
Teachings from now on is not so much about making things, it's so much about understanding how to connect fields. And as I said, the creator did not make a machine to make fields. He was created out of, and he created from it. Now you're in the same position. Try to see, try to understand how you can make reactors without motors. that only interacts within the fields. I released this paper years ago. Creation of the motion in the universe, and no one looked at it. Maybe it's time to go on back and look at it and read.
I don't know if anyone has that paper of what he's referring to. We've asked a couple of people and they don't remember it. There is an experiment in the Keshe Wiki about the creation of motion in the universe, but this is not the one I think he's referring to. He seemed to assume that everyone had access to this paper. Now, maybe it was put out for a short time, or maybe he just assumed it was put out, but no one looked at it. So this is something else besides the paper that's going to be released on book 1. And this is another to create that motion. And isn't this what the sun did? In interaction with the fields of itself and with its environment, it created the Earth and the rest of the solar system. And this is the position we're in, to interact within the fields of ourselves and the environment and create things, whether it's a light in the hand or something else. Again, he said, we're not really looking for that light in the hand. We're looking for enlightenment, which leads, as I understand it, to elevation. But it's up to each and all of us to find that within ourselves. So you hold the key to your own understanding in a way. Even though we'll be guided, there'll be new information. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more, as there'll be 500 more he was referring to workshops. So that, and maybe that will have to do with etiquette and interacting with the universal community and others. There's probably some like they call it finishing school and other things that may need to be understood before we can do that. But perhaps you can do it tonight or even right now. Okay, let's go back and just finish this up.
Understand it. And then you might be enlightened how man has reached the condition of creating motion, which are called motors, without engines, without burning fuel, without coal mining, without the donkey pulling and something else pushing. In the process of understanding, in the process of the totality of being part of, in completion of the course, man needs to understand the interaction of the fields. How and which fields he will use to heal his cancer. How and which fields he uses to satisfy his hunger. What fields and what position he will use to create.
I think he said create water, but in a way, most of the diseases or conditions within the man are created through our emotions and feelings. So couldn't we use that, even though we're not aware of it, or most of us are not aware of it, not in this particular group, but in the population as a whole? So if we can create conditions within us through our feelings and our emotions, couldn't we, to create conditions that we don't want, couldn't we use those same feelings and emotions to create conditions we do want? And I know he said heal your cancer, but we don't use the word heal most of the time, even though Mr. Keshe was at liberty to use whatever he wants. He's asked us to use balance things out or process things. But if we can create problems through the fields and the feelings, can't we also create other fields that we need through the same process in a way? Now, that process may take longer, or maybe it takes shorter time sometimes. If you're unhappy with seeing the reality of what you're in, you may cause your vision to fail. So couldn't we, in a short time, and couldn't we do this in the same way? So we're already interacting with fields within ourselves and creating conditions that bring certain things we don't want. We should be able to do the same and create the same way feelings and emotions for things we do want to see happen or jump on a certain field that's already there. I don't think you have to create that field. It's already there. You have to create the field, but the field you jump on, it's apparently already there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe by you creating it, that is the part of jumping on it.
Water, but it does not go. If you joined, you are flooded and you could not hold enough water. You are producing so much that you were drowning in it. If you push it a step further, you should be producing so much field that instead of feeling it in your mouth, you feel it as the elevation of your soul. Enlightened. But as you are so materialistic, having that water was more important than actually elevating your own soul. In the coming time, as we develop the systems for the creation of the ultimate fields of the Creator, many of you will walk away from physical life. Many of you around the world will link to the line to become the passenger of the universe. Many of you will come to the position to understand this physical life is not worth, as it stops the pleasure of enjoying the dimension of the fields of the universe. We were happy with the room in the village.
So again, that dimension of the fields in the universe are in the energy dimension. So do you have to lose your physicality to enjoy the dimensions of the fields of the universe? As we heard, he said the solar system and so on makes up only 5% of the sun. So to enjoy the dimensions of the fields of the universe, you just have to be in the energy state and experience it. Not so much with the physicality, because in the universe, it's about the same percentage, he said. 5% of it's physicality. 95% of it's in dimension of energy or the plasma at the higher energy strength. We know everything is a plasma, matter state included. But this seems to be, you can enjoy that dimension of the fields of the universe. And the universe doesn't have a lot of matter state. So again, do you physically have to leave here? Maybe if you want to do the complete transmutation, but you can actually enjoy both dimensions, I think. But also the pitfalls you have to, the insincerity you have to deal with in the rest of it. Maybe you'll just at some point say, okay, I've spent 1,000 years in this home. Maybe I want to try something else in another position.
To town, we made apartments and villas to enjoy the city. Now we take our souls for a trip in the dimension of the universe. But we have to understand how and what to give and what to take, that we make sure we reach home. We don't go backwards and come forward and say, oh, I was there before, haven't I? Try to visit. Try to envisage the fields and not the matter state. Don't look for electricity. Look how the interaction of the fields created that electricity.
So when you dream and you travel across the universe, does your physicality go anywhere? It's in the bed. It's not going anywhere, but yet you saw the mother, you saw another place, you went to a vacation spot that you like to go to in your dream, and so on and so forth. But the physicality was right in the bed. So wouldn't it work the same way? But we can be conscious of it and direct it through your will, perhaps. Again, I'm trying to understand it as the rest are. But if you're traveling in that dimension, and he calls it a reality when you dream, and the physicality being the illusion, once we learn how to link up with that field, maybe that's what he said, we'll get tired of the matter state interacting in that way. And instead of spending 8 hours at a desk, you may spend 8 or 10 hours in the dimension of energy in the universe. And then come back and talk about it to the others. As he said before, oh, really? You saw that? Really?
Many times I asked you to look at the fields of the matter, to understand it. Try a new way. To interact with your soul. Try a new way to elevate your soul. Try to understand the field. Try to become part of it. And not an outsider observing it. In the coming weeks, I will show many of you how to bridge that point. How to extend the soul. In the meeting in Manchester in the next couple of weeks, we start this process. And in a way, you have time to.
I think he said how to, did he say bridge that point or reach that point? I thought he said bridge that point. I will show many of you how to bridge that point, how to extend the soul. And again, the meeting in Manchester is not the end all. He said we start this process. But maybe some of you, he said, will be able to do this. And again, it's not transmuting back to Mexico or Canada or the rest. He said it's finding your soul. I think he'll come up and say this next. And again, it's not for Mr. Keshe. He already understands how to do this with the flip of the finger. It's for us to understand it and gain this knowledge that we can interact with these fields the same. Oops.
November, to practice it. Your homework. And see how many of you in that process manage to reach or understand the process of the creation out of the fields and not out of the books of the history. In a conference in Manchester, in a teaching part, many of you will come to meet, to feel, to understand your soul. To be able to cross that line. And to be able to understand the totality of the creation. My only wish is that by the time we finish on Friday, those of you who understood do not need the flight back home, because you're already home. Is not in dimension of going back to Mexico or Canada or somewhere else. Home is finding a way to the path of the Creator. For yourself, by yourself, through understanding of the fields, interaction of the fields, and being able to manipulate the fields of creation.
So again, he said this is the homework, and many times the students who haven't done their homework want to impress the teacher or something, and they want to copy someone else's homework so they can get a good grade or to say, yes, they did their homework assignment. But in this case, I don't think it'll work. You cannot copy what the others do because you're so unique. Only you know how you got to that position. Perhaps you can share, but again, I don't think there'll be any copying of what the others do it and how they do it. It's your homework, and you have to complete that homework assignment on your own, not with help in a way, or direction, or a prophet to tell you how exactly to do it. And we'll hear about these formulas, and even the creator doesn't use these formulas. So the homework is, in a way, your assignment to practice it.
I hope many of you will come to understand more in a shorter time. But I'm sure in the trials coming up with the Chinese military, as we try to understand and transmute in the time to come the Chinese military forces from one point to another, we bring in a new dimension of life, a new dimension of science and technology, as we become the soldiers of the knowledge. It's not easy. It's not going to be an easy task.
So before he said it's just a flip of the finger, a flick of the finger, if you understand it. Now here in this part, he's saying it's not an easy task. So as I like to say, he puts it both ways many, many times. But again, if you say it's hard, it's hard. If you say it's easy, it's easy. You're right in both cases, but he did say it's not an easy, such an easy task. Okay, we go back and finish.
But we have to. We have no choice but to start somewhere and then build on it. To the next step, to the next understanding, to the next completion and accomplishing what all of you have been waiting and wishing for. Try to understand the fields of connection. Try to understand the totality of the creation. Try to feel the fields and try to understand the operation of the fields within you. Many years ago, I explained to you, you can hold your hand and create light in the palm of your hand. I think the knowledge has reached that point that some of you can. If you understood the work, some of you by now should be able to do this. At least you can make an attempt to do it. And then it's not the light in the palm of the hand which you are looking for. Then is the light of enlightenment, the light of understanding, the light in the way as knowledge, not the physical light to be absorbed. New systems, new technologies will emerge from the Keshe.
That's what he said in some of the, I think when we were elevating the souls of the prophets, he said, if you saw the physical light, you're still in the dimension of physicality. The light is the enlightenment, the elevation of your understanding. This is the light I think he's looking for, not a physical light that we observe in our hand. Although he made it sound like most of you should be able to do this right now. Even the physical light, it sounded like you should be able to do, but he said it's not a light in your hand. It's enlightenment.
condition in coming months and weeks and months and days and God knows years. But we're still making answers and still making gas waters and God knows what. But again, as I said, it's like a school from 0 to 12. Depends how much you understood in which class you sit. Try to comprehend, try to feel the feels, try not to pretend, but understand the reality of the creation. Thank you very much. The teachings are short, but very deep, and you have to understand it. We go through a small break, and we come back and see how we battle the knowledge. Thank you very much, Rick. If you want to take us into a short break and come back.
And again, it's not, I don't think he said baffle the knowledge, it's battle the knowledge, how we battled the knowledge. And again, you choose the class which you want to be in based on your level of understanding. And no soul has a corner of knowledge, so you can go right to the 12th class or the higher levels. It all depends on how much of that banana you want to peel. You want to just peel a little bit of it, fine. Or you want to peel more of it. It's all up to you, and I'm sure there's more other things involved in it, but it all seems like it's all up to you. And then once you get it, it sticks with you, he said in this teaching. It stays with you forever, for eternity. And I do believe you'll be able to transfer it to others, but if they want it, and we're not going to force it on anyone else to understand it. It's up to them to decide what they do want. I don't think this, the forcing goes in the matter state, the pushing and the pulling and so on. The strength of the field goes in the plasma state. So this is just my understanding of it. Hello, Saeed. I see you've put a question in the Q&A, in the chat. Q&A. Hello, blessings. And hopefully someone will answer this if you'd like to. Will we see MagRev plasmatic quantum computers and quantum MagRev phones technology in our plasmatic future? How much will be the speed and capacity of those technologies? Will the storage devices last forever, unlike conventional hard drives? Thanks. Would anyone like to address part of that, a piece of that? Yes, as Mr. Keshe said, these self-charging devices will be embedded into cell phones. So one of these companies, Ericsson or one of the other ones, is waiting. They may already have it, but it's not been released, the phone that you never have to charge. Again, we don't tank up the Earth to go around the sun ever. It just works on these magnetic, gravitational, plasmatic field energies. And that will be also in the car technology, if we even have cars. But people will, because obviously China is going to be a major grain producer. So people are still going to be eating, more or less, I would say. If they're going to take over the supply of grains and so on, people will still be eating for some time. They haven't even taken it over yet. But this is coming. And as Mr. Keshe said, we'll be able to remove that. The GMO, he said, is necessary, but not the frock that limits the seed to not grow again. So that frock will be removed from the genetically modified. So people will still be eating, people will still be using computers. And I think the electronics industry, when they become aware of this knowledge, will be using it and so on. Let's see, I see a couple things here in the chat. Well, you already have we may see plasmatic mobile phones. Well, this is what Mr. Keshe said. We used to use zero-time communication. We all have the capability. It's just we haven't used it. The same way in growing limbs or fingers or arms or legs. When we lost them or it got bit off by an animal, we used to be able to grow them. We've not forgotten, but we just haven't used it. Like having something in your pocket, and I know, or your pocketbook, we've all experienced it. You look in your pocketbook or you look and feel in your pocket, it's not there. You start looking in other places, and then later on you find it was in the pocketbook. All the time it was in the pocket. But for some reason, somehow, you didn't feel it. You missed it. So these things, the zero-time communication, the wellness has always been with us. It's just we've, in a way, not used it. And of course, if you listen to many people, they say that's an impossibility. It's impossible to grow a limb or to replace an eye or the rest. But I think what we'll see with people blind coming out, being able to see, fully documented, and the rest of it, that there'll be no denial about it anymore. Yeah, this is exactly, will the blind gain vision and deaf gain hearing with the use of plasma technology? Of course. This is what Christ did, and he did not have a reactor. He used his own interactions with the soul to elevate the soul of that person. As Mr. Keshe said, I put you in the system. I put so much energy in that system, you'll meet your own soul. And I think this is what Christ did. He gave so much from himself, and apparently he knew how to do that, that the soul could even rise from the dead, even if the flesh was rotted off it. So these are the capabilities and the technologies that are being shown. And again, the soul plays an important part, even in the star formation and the rest of it, the magravs and the rest. Your soul is another huge field generator reactor. But again, it's been so long since we've used it that it's a bit rusty, and we need to sort of start practicing again. So yeah, you'll see it. It's coming. Great. Yep, it's totally beyond our imagination. And he said beyond what we see in the science fiction movies. Anyone want to make any comments about what you saw about this teaching? Again, shorter but high intensity. Of course, we haven't covered what was in the store, connecting with the soul of the creator. This is a session, an individual session, where they can start showing your graph of your soul of physicality and the physicality. So these are individual sessions. He said in the future, people won't go for brain scans or heart scans or lung scans. They'll want to see the scans of their soul, their physicality and their soul, because in that process, you can learn what needs to be balanced or what's out of balance and bring it back into balance, and basically doctor yourself in a way, or be your own wellness creator. It is called wellness through the work of the soul, isn't it? Connecting with the soul of the creator. But the sessions in July were called wellness through the work of the soul. So this is open to everyone. And then of course, if we look at the, I guess I don't have it here, but if we go to the release products, so what's coming up in November, and there's still seats open for the Manchester. I believe he mentioned on Thursday that if there's anyone who wants to participate in the Manchester conference, which will be the 28th of August through, I think, the 2nd of August. I'd have to look again on the calendar, but I think it starts on the 28th. There's still seats open. This is not particularly advertised, the Manchester work, but you can contact info@keshe.foundation. But one of the conferences that are coming up, and again, this is one where he's going to show much, and again, the other one is, I think, 10,000 euro. And this one will be more readily available for people to come and participate and rub shoulders and elbows with the ambassadors and other people from many different countries, and basically, again, go through this silent process of elevating them in a way without saying a word. Stephanie has a question, I think.
Yes, hello. Yes, I
Hi,
have a question.
I'm glad to
Hi.
hear a voice from the, I'm in the wilderness, I feel sometimes. Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, I have a question. What do you think, or what the others think? Some people are able to make out-of-body experiences, and they are conscious there. You know, when they are sleeping, they can leave their body, and then they can do whatever they want. And this is scientific proven, because some people are, one is in whatever in another land than the other, and these two will do this because they are able to do this, and they will meet in the night when they make this out of body experiences. They meet and they talk about everything, and when they came back, you can ask the two, and they are telling that they have met and what they have done. So that means that it's proven. Some people are able to do this. Is it good when you are able to do this? Has it
You
an
mean
advantage?
if they were in a chair, their body disappears out of the chair?
Yeah, they leave their chair, whatever they leave their body, and they are like
No, they
dreaming.
leave the body in the chair, though. The physicality
Right.
is still in the chair.
You're right. The physicality is still there in the bed or in the chair, wherever.
Yeah.
But my question is it an advantage for these people when they can do this? Is it an advantage for doing transformation?
Isn't it advantage to do
Yeah. This out-of-body experiences, because some people are able to do this. You can train this.
Some people do it, they get high, Mr. Keshe said, and they
Right.
can't, the shamans and everything else, they do it with the drugs.
Yeah, but they had not to do it. They can do it without drugs too.
Yeah, this is what he's saying, to jump on one of those fields.
And this is okay, but this is not really transformation, Mr. Keshe said, because the transformation, you put your body with you.
You're talking transmutation.
Yeah, sorry, transmutation. It's not the same like transmutation. We will learn with Mr. Keshe, because there you take your body with you. And he said that is some people can do out-of-body experiences and like shamans, and they did drugs, but he was not telling if it's an advantage if you can do this.
Well, if you're locked up in a prison, I think that would be an advantage to move your body. Buddha used to do it in front of people. He'd be on one side of the lake in the blink of an eye. He would disappear on that in front of the 500 or whatever people, appear on the other side of the lake. He understood how to do it, but he only partially understood. He didn't know how to teach it.
Okay.
Christ, yep. Christ
he
did it.
could teach it, but he said it is good for training our transmutation, if you are able to do this experience, these out-of-body experiences. Or doesn't he any said about it?
Oh, sorry, I had the mic closed. Aren't you doing it every night when you dream? And Mr. Keshe says, we're going to do it consciously and travel the universe in the dimension of the universe, which is energy.
Right.
5% is matter, 95% is energy.
Yeah. And when you're able to do this, is it an advantage for doing our transmutation?
Well, I think you would be shocked, wouldn't you, if you just did a full transmutation and how did I get here? Again, if you can do it and you could walk on Fifth Avenue in New York City, and then you wanted to bring in the physicality, it wouldn't be so shocking because you said, I'm already here. I just bring now my physicality along because I find it, I'd like to be here. So if we did the whole thing, you'd say, wow, how did I do anything? All of a sudden I appeared here. Where am I? I don't know how I got here. You would know how you got there if you were doing traveling in the dimension of energy, and then if you brought your physicality on later. Yeah, I think he said that many times. He said you arrive there in the dimension of energy and the physicality follows later, if you'd
Okay,
like
because
it.
yeah, okay, but then you can learn this out of body experiences. There are many binaural beats or whatever. There's this Monroe Institute, and they teach it, and means if it would really possible, if it's good,
Yeah.
if you do this, you can train these out of body experiences.
Sure, they
And
call it remote viewing, right? I mean, isn't
yeah,
that
yeah.
what a lot of these people have gone to the moon? Ingo Swann has done it. He was one of the better ones. I'm sure Stanford Research Institute is still involved in it. The Russians are involved. The Chinese, I'm sure, are involved in it. We just haven't believed we had these capabilities.
Yeah, but you can train it. And that,
Definitely.
yeah, and that's what I want to know, because there are many things you can train this, and I didn't know if it's better to know to train this,
I would
or
think so. You wouldn't be so shocked. As Mr. Keshe said, when you do the full transmutation, he's going to allow you to see that in the system, what you would look like if you went to Saturn, what sort of creatures manifest there. And maybe you wouldn't want to do the entire transmutation. You're not comfortable with that structure. But you could go there and spend millions of years in the dimension of energy in the fields.
yeah, right.
In the fields and fully conscious of it without having to take on the dimension of physicality, if there is one in that time, place, and position, as Dean likes to say.
Yeah, yeah. I know a lot of people who are able to do out of body experiences,
Right.
but they're
Oh, they have classes all over the internet on remote viewing. You can take classes. Ingo Swann's website, if it's still up, you can find what he wrote about it. And he was one of the better ones, apparently. And I'm sure maybe, yeah.
But remote viewing is something different.
Okay.
I know remote viewing, I know out of body experiences, and lucid dreaming is another thing. But I mean out of body experiences where you really travel with consciousness when you go sleeping. Oh, here's bad weather. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
I thought you dropped the book or something.
No, it dropped the sky. Yeah, I mean really out of body experiences. And when I know that it's a good training, I am not able to do this out of body experiences, but I know it. And I know a lot of training stuff.
Do you have to go out of body if you open the second eye, which the soul is connected to the universe? Again, they were in the machine, but they went to the moon.
Yeah, yeah, right.
What, were they out of body?
No, they're not.
They're not out of body. I would think they were. They're not really out of body. But
yeah, sorry. They were out of body, sure. The body was in the unit, sure.
Yeah. So it's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's better to, yeah, okay, but they have to go into this unit. And better it is if you learn it by yourself, then you don't need the unit anymore.
Right. No question. You are the unit.
Yeah, right.
You are we all are.
Yeah.
It's just we denied it. Just like the idea about you're made in the image of the creator. It's us who denied it, not the creator or not the whole structure. But if you're going to deny it, it's not going to work for you. As he said, some people went into that system blind and they came out blind because that's what they wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I understand 1/1,000,000th of 1% of this knowledge, and I readily admit it.
Yeah, understanding is the one thing, but to do. But now I know I can do some training stuff to
homework
better. Yeah.
More homework. Yep. This is a part of the process we're learning to do.
Yes, thank you.
So hopefully we'll see many of you. This meeting is not as expensive. This is 1,500 euro, even though for so many, this is just seems to be out of the reach. I wish there was a fund or something, but Mr. Keshe said this is the way it works right now. Eventually, all of these things, the body enhancement, I mean, the listening with the headphones, he said it'd be the cost of a McDonald's burger or something, you know, just pennies in a way. In some parts of the world, I'm sure it still is. They have different pricing structures. But right now, things have to be paid for. This is the way it works. And this is what is being asked for. So you
Does
don't,
Mr. Keshe use a flight?
yes. Yeah, he said they lose his luggage quite often. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because he's not traveling back from this meeting to his town.
I wouldn't say that 100%. But I
Mhm.
know he said we weren't going to violate the passport regulations in a way. That you have to go through, and maybe that'll happen. You just appear there, but what flight would you be on? And this is some of the negotiations that I think are going on in the background right now with the people having this capability, that the borders are useless and the passports are useless and the birds don't have passports and neither do the fish and the rest. So if man has this ability, the borders are useless because everyone will, and he said that if you're not being treated right in the country, there's not enough food, there's bad conditions, you can change your map location. So again, the governments have to get on board. I think this is part of the process. They're being educated. Once the world leaders start to see some of these materials and things, they're going to drop many of the other things in combination with us elevating their souls, as well as the religious leaders. He said those would be quite a difficult task because it's pretty steeply embedded, apparently. But it'll come along. They'll come along.
Are you joining the 25
I'd
people,
like
or
to,
is
yes, I hope to.
you hope?
There's still openings. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you can still sign up, Mr. Keshe said, but yes, I should be
Yeah,
there.
sure, I know, but I want to ask if somebody here who will join there. And I asked you, you are
Yeah,
joining?
I think, let's see, if anyone would like to discuss it, if you're here and you're signed up for it. Again, I don't, let's see, is there, no, I don't see. I only know, we were talking about that earlier in the TV meeting, and we only know a couple people who are actually going to be there. So
Okay.
we'll have to see. But again, it's for every, I think it's just the start of a process. So what they're going to do is hopefully, and I don't understand how in so many hours you would get more than you got in the number of years being around the foundation, but perhaps it's going to be gifted, or you're going to be shown certain things. As he said, I can show you how to feed yourself with your eyes, but that'll come in the future. So many of these things, he said, I could teach you how to feed yourself by changing your position, the way the guru did. But he said, we have to elevate the soul of the man. It's not, you know, even giving over all this technology, unless the soul is elevated within a period of time, will go right back to the same patterns. So it's got to be something with the elevation of the soul, which we all have it. I mean, it's all within us. It's just we haven't found the key. And there's probably some simple things to practice. It's going to take practice. He just said it's not going to be an easy task, but earlier in the workshop, he said you can do it with the flick of a finger. I guess if you know how and you've been practicing at it. And another location, he said, to become a master at this takes a long, long time. So they're making the first attempt. He said, we have to start somewhere, and this is a starting point. But there's always more to it than he fully reveals, as I think. He's a master magician, as he calls himself, and a master of disguise. So not even with the patents, things are hidden. They're hidden in the books. He does like to hide things, but no problem. People in the future will have some things to look for in discovery and get to hit the ceiling when they do discover it. Putting things together, something from the book, something from the patent, something teaching from the knowledge seekers workshop. I know he mentioned that about diamonds, that it's all there. All you have to do is put it together. And in the future, he said people would. He used to create the largest diamonds in the world until they said you can't do that anymore, because of not having a certificate of where it came from. And this would make you considered a terrorist, because this is the types of things the terrorists deal in. But again, that was all phony stuff from certain, and most of them didn't buy it, but he said he had to stop making the diamonds. But it's all there within the teachings. It's just our lack of knowledge and understanding of it. And again, is it that important to make diamonds? I think he was just, again, showing something. He said it's much, the ultimate goal was to create these fields of the soul of the creator, to connect with it. Up to you to find it. Okay, let's go to the Dome of Peace if we can. I don't know. Anyone else want to make any comments? Thank you, Stephanie.
Welcome.
Yeah, he said he was going to handpick 25 people. Now, did he handpick 25? I don't know. Or did he just work through the soul and they came forward? I'm not sure about that, but that's the way he works 90% of the time, is through the soul. And this is the way we're going to work now. Even though the first step of the peace process is to use the Gans water. I hope I'm in the right position. I was sort of running late and I had to pull these up. And again, I want to show what we can, the Universal Council invites everyone to participate in creating this unification of the souls, or the elevation of all souls, the protection of the physicality in the universe, elevation of the people in Linz, the 5+1, the Atomic Energy Agency, and so on. But every day, 7 days a week, without getting on Telegram, without a Zoom meeting or anything else, the souls are uniting in a process of bringing elevation to the planet, creating this peace condition. So you're all invited, whether you're a new knowledge seeker or an old knowledge seeker, whether you have 1 minute to spend, 1 second to spend, 5 minutes to spend, whether you're working or you're driving, you're cooking, you're eating. If that time, 9 p.m. CET, comes along and you'd like to participate, feel free, because it's the soul of the collective awareness that'll bring this position of change by giving. Can I share it here if allowed? Yes. Saeed, come in. I would like to visit that website, Saeed. Okay, that's what Alenka said. Sure. As Mr. Keshe said, there's no bad knowledge. We're open to all knowledges. And even in this last workshop, he said, many people, new sciences are already opening up. Rick has showed us this Sapphire project and other things. And so there's many different, we're not to be so arrogant that this is the only technology that's, he even said in other locations that many people will take it much farther than we have. Or maybe he was referring to the plasma technology. So there's no bad knowledge. We're open to all knowledges. So this is the invitation every day, and it's about 9 p.m. in Europe right now. So we'll do, and again, this is just using your souls, your huge field generators to connect together on a peaceful level, that we can do this. And again, everyone has the capability, but we're aware of it. I don't know if a mosquito or a ladybug would be aware of it, but again, we don't want to limit the souls. No soul has a corner on knowledge. So if they're aware of it, I guess they can participate in it. We haven't really understood the workings of the souls fully. We're getting more and more, but as Mr. Keshe said just a year or so ago, he hasn't even hardly opened up this teaching. And of course, it's been hidden from most of us. We thought it was somewhere across the universe. Where is it? We don't know. Your soul, you know, is going to do this, or you're going to go here with your soul and that. But again, it's right within you, as well as the soul of the Creator, which is probably in a way the same. Okay, so you're all invited officially by the Universal Council to participate in that. Again, whether it's a second, a minute, 5 minutes, or whatever. Again, you could be working, playing football, whatever you'd like to do. And participate in that. Just ask your soul. I find that many times I forget about it, and then 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, I remember. And then I try to take what time I can to participate. But even if you're not and you totally forget, the soul is probably still in this process of working together with the other souls. Again, the physicality is more or less an afterthought. It's the soul who's running the whole show, even though we think we are. Okay, so let's hear from Stefania. And I think Mr. Keshe. Thank you, Stefania. And then we'll go to Shweta. So this is the first part where you can create GANs. Mr. Keshe said he prefers the CO2 and the zinc, and release it into the environment for the elevation of the soul of this planet, which came and had a wrong streak in it and is in a position that it needs elevation. And that wrong streak, in a way, was passed to us. And then those souls who've left, again, whether it was a plant, an animal, a mosquito or whatever, has gone out into the universe and has begun to start the creation process, but they're on a wrong streak because they carried it with them. And so this needs correcting, but he said it's only a dust in the whole process of creation. So no worries about it, but that needs to be rectified. But anyway, we need to rectify the soul of this planet. So that's what we do by releasing the GANs water. So let's just hear Stefania, then from Shweta, as we usually do, and then go to the 5 minutes of silence together in calmness as we use our fields to generate the change rather than through the matter state.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, and remember what Mr. Keshe said, this is something for our physicality to do, but he said the spreading of the GANs waters would also link the wellness centers together. So this is the wellness center that Andreas's video, and he said these would be replicated in the hundreds and hundreds. So I think this continuation of the releasing of the GANs waters will continue. Because these systems are all going to, in a way, it's something for our physicality to do, he said, but Also, he, at one point in time, he said they would link the wellness centers together. They would help link the wellness centers together, perhaps. Not that, again, you wouldn't think they don't need any linking, but there's a process we don't fully, he hasn't revealed everything, but I remember him saying that these wellness centers, and this is before he showed any of this, this was a couple of years or more ago, that the releasing of the Gans waters, it creates balance and so on, but it would link the wellness centers together. And of course, the elevation of the soul of the planet and so on. Okay, we just thought we'd share that. So this is something you could do anytime, day or night, but typically Sunday is the official time when we gather together at, again, I think it would be 12 noon or 6 p.m. CET time. This is what Mr. Keshe asked for. And nobody's checking whether you're doing it, you're not doing it, or so on and so forth. But this will continue until we reach that permanent, peaceful condition on this planet, of the soul of this planet. So then we go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is again using your field generator, your soul in a way, to put out these fields. And let's see if, whoops, I think I'm playing it and I'm supposed to already have stopped. Let's see.
As they choose which time to sow.
Okay, I went, sorry, I don't know why that was playing. Let's just back it up a hair, maybe 1 minute. Okay, I think this will work.
World at 12 p.m.
No. Okay, we'll go back 1 more minute. There it is. Okay.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe.
Okay, so it's not just once a week, and neither is the Gans waters. As he said, you can do it all the time. Yeah, you get an image of a world leader, religious leader in your mind, anyone in a way. I think it's all about giving. And many times we don't know what a person needs, but it's just a general giving of fields. So collectively, we're much stronger. And this is much more effective than, totally more effective than working in the matter state, trying to change things. The system seems to be, in a way, rigged so many different ways that working through the structure of the matter state is not that effective. So Mr. Keshe said the Universal Council is learning this, and this is the way Mr. Keshe works most of the time. Is 90% of the time, I think he said he works on the soul level. And this is the way we're learning how to, again, writing letters to people, they'd never even read it. Carrying signs and doing this sort of thing will just probably not be very effective and cause a lot of other problems. So this is the most effective way of bringing the change, and we're all learning. He said it would be for us to practice. So it's for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators and the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. And anyone else you would like to add in there at any time you'd like to add them, today, tomorrow, whenever. So we start learning to work through these energy pathways rather than trying to force a change in our loved one, our daughter, our lover, your wife, your husband, your boss, and the rest of it, your workers. You want to work on the soul level, much more effective, I think. I know. So let's take 5 minutes and just practice expanding the fields of our soul to bring the change that's desired to this planet to a permanent, peaceful condition. And then this is not the end all, obviously, it's just the beginning of interacting with the universal community, who apparently they will come here and manifest their matter state forms. Some of them are here in the dimension of energy, but many, as Mr. Keshe said, are here in the hiding in the clothes of a man or some other matter state here, too shy to show themselves for fear they might be harmed or eaten or the rest of it. So let's just take the practice, and again, there'll be practice in the other dimension too, as he said, practicing connecting with these fields. But we're huge field generators, and so let's start employing that. And as we like to repeat, it's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, we'll bring that position of change, no other thing. So if it's your wish to see peace, this is the most effective way to accomplish it. We'll start now, 5 minutes. Okay, thank you all for participating. And as you might have heard, I did put that video Randy was asking for in the Canadian Knowledge Team. So we can multitask. Again, you can elevate the soul of someone else, the world leaders, while you're working, while you're cooking, while you're dancing, or whatever other thing, driving or whatever else you're doing. So again, the capabilities are just unlimited of our being able to multitask. And I'm sure Mr. Keshe multitasks a lot of the time. The soul can work in so many different directions. Okay, I think it's Alex is waiting to come in and we're waiting to receive him. Let me just bring these down. We're going to play the disclaimer once again. Lower the volume a bit and bring this back here. And let's play our disclaimer.
Thank you.
No problem.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, and now help me welcome in on the plasma level, Alex, and I think he's prepared something special in the field dimension, perhaps, or again, I don't exactly know what he's put together, but we thank him and welcome to share as much as he'd like and finish the meeting for us. So thank you, Alex, for your continued dedication, your promptness, and always being there to serve the others. So welcome. We all welcome you.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you for leading us here. We really need that kind of leadership. And I want to welcome everybody here to the North American teachings, and to understand that it's beyond the continent. It includes all the continents around the planet, which is what makes this meeting so very strong. And I want to welcome you all on this beautiful Sunday afternoon as we continue to discuss the teachings of Marin Tavakkol Keshe and how it affects us all. Because this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are reviewing today previous classes from the Advanced Understanding series. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is August the 13th, 2023. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education series. And all of us are proud of our countries. And we're all patriots. And what does that mean? So we not only care for our country, but we care for our community. And our families are part of that community, and our community is part of that family. And these are the lessons that we have to learn. We are already in the second year of the new space age, and we're all pioneers in this. And so the big breakthrough, of course, was that we decided to finally bring this technology to the foreground. We started June the 6th of 2022. That's not when we started, that's just when we made the choice to bring the outer space and the earth space together and to merge with our inner space and to have a better understanding of what that is all about. And so we have started on December the 16th on activities that have to do with the fields of the souls. And so August is continuing. And what is different is that the fields of the souls and the physicality are individual sessions. And there's a purpose for this, because we are not just trying to elevate our souls, but there is a sequence. And so we have this capability, but do we have the awareness? And now that we have the awareness, do we have the understanding? And we're only talking about the understanding today, but in the 497th Knowledge Team workshop, Mr. Keshe revealed a breakthrough in plasma science. Is this a breakthrough for the universe? Is this a breakthrough for God, the creator, or is this a breakthrough for us? And so these are questions. And many of us never knew that our being consisted of the soul of the man, the soul of the physicality, and the physicality. And these sessions will be run individually. So we will have a chance to see the graphs, the interaction of all three entities. Keshe Foundation is using the technology to bring us back into balance and to show that their existence and how they're behaving within you and how they interact emotionally in your life. And so these are the dimensions that we need to be aware of. Because at the root of this all is world peace. And so all of us are patriots and all of us are loyal to our country. But as we've seen from 286 sessions, the one nation, one planet, one race for world peace, we are the home of the superconducting souls. And this is not a recent phenomenon. We've been working at this thing for an extremely long time. And so many people are discovering things that they never knew before, and they're quite excited about these discoveries. And so they should be, because when we look at book number 1, we're talking about the universal order of creation. Have you ever had this conversation in a coffee shop? Or how about book number 2, the structure of the light? Or book number 3, the origin of the universe? And these are deep conversations. Before you have a conversation with someone else, you have to have that conversation with yourself. And so that's what we're doing. We're going through not only to teach others, but to teach ourselves. Because when we learn, then we can assume the position of being a teacher. But the learning never stops. And just as we have new teachers, we also have new students. And these new students will become new teachers. And so our dilemma is, how do we condense all this? And so we try to condense it into these classes. But now we have to condense it further into the review of these classes. So we'll start the review of the advanced understanding. And remember, advanced is advanced. There's a difference between advanced and basic. We'll start with stacker units. And so as we go down the plasma highway, we're looking for outer space. But what it is really is our embodiment of our little piece of pie in the sky. And how does this work? And how does this compare to our existing knowledge? And so when we look at the origin of the universe, we see something very different. We see where the origin of the universe creates other universes. And one of those universes is our universe. But our universe is limited to that little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner. And, you know, when you need something, then you create it. And the reason you create it is because you need it. And why do you need it? Well, because you don't have it. And so that's one of the situations that we have on this planet. We don't have food, so we need it. We have guns, we need to sell them. So we need wars. So we create wars. We need intelligence, so we create artificial intelligence. This is just the way we operate. Wholly oblivious to the fact that we have a sister universe that is wondering what the hell is going on. And how does that relate to the ray creation? So when we look at the Keshe model of nuclear decay, and that's an unfortunate word, because it's a decay in the energy state. And so this decay is referring to something very specific. So it isn't the decay of creation. The decay of creation is destruction, but destruction is just another form of creation. And for those with limited intelligence, that's what they do. But nuclear decay creates something. And so we see the neutron create an atom. And that atom, just like our universe and our sister universe, has an electron-proton marriage, which collectively is an atom. But in the process, there's a byproduct. And it's not garbage. It's the release of PM ticks. That's part of the decay process. So let's not confuse the creation with garbage. We're trying to define plasma. We have to understand that plasma is energy, and it's a kind of energy. So when we say kind of energy, that means there are different kinds of energies and different kinds of energy states. And so our point of view determines this, and it affects our understanding. And our understanding, it's very important for us to understand our earth space. And we have to use this to find our inner space. It's when we understand our inner space, then our search for outer space will be complete. And it's pretty important, because life is important. And if important is not important, then nothing is important, really. Although some people choose to debate that, because energy binding for the purposes of self-serving is important. It's part of creation. But that creation isn't at the expense of others. That's the way we operate here. And the reason for that is because we have adopted a disconnect between the soul of the man and the soul of the body. So we can maintain our existence, but we can't maintain our morality. And how do we know that? And that is because the soul of man will never kill another. So what is allowing the unallowable to happen? And what the unallowable does, it prevents the flowing of energy. What is allowable, really, is the self-serving at the enhancement of others, because the others are also part of not only you, your family, and your community, with your country, your earth, and the universe. And we just have to figure out which schemes are we concerned with. And it all starts with basically energy and motion, which we see as either negative or positive. And that doesn't imply whether it's positive or negative, that implies a direction. And that direction, based on the surface to volume ratios, shows you that the negative charge is the giver. And the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. And so when you can give more, you can also take more. So the question then becomes is what do you give and what do you take? And when does the taking become the giving and the giving become the taking? And so it's a duality. The energy can be flowing or can be binding. So what's the relationship? We have to look at the principal interaction. We see that energy is always in motion and is always in a two-way street. So if you're self-centered and self-focused, well, that's the binding of energy. And that's important because no one can look after you as well as you can. But we have to coexist. And so that energy has to be exchanged with something. And to see that exchange is not to relinquish the binding, but to enhance the binding. So the binding and the flowing are working together. And so there's a flow from the binding to the flowing. And then there's a flow from the flowing to the binding. It's cooperation. It's a two-way street. And it's ongoing all the time. And it follows rules. And those rules, we call them the plasma rules because the energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude. So we all like to get more, but once you get into a scale of 10 times more, that's pretty significant. But the thing is that as we want to get more, we find that the higher energy states feed the lower energy states. And so this becomes the glaring problem. Those who don't want to feed the lower states and increase their energy state. It defies, we don't have to go into any more rules. That's it. It's done. If you want to increase the energy state by an order of magnitude, then the higher energy state must feed the lower state. And if it doesn't, then forget about the energy state increase. And forget about, whether they manifest through creation or natural decay. And don't even worry about it being non-consuming because you're just not following the rules. And I didn't write the rules. And neither did you. And then there's another benefit, and that is in the transfer rates, we can transfer by many orders of magnitude as well in the higher energy states. So this is the bonus. So we increase the state, we increase the energy by an order of magnitude. And the higher we go, the change also increases by orders of magnitude. So now we know why the universe is squared and plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. That's another dimension. When does that happen? And so we're back to the creation of the universe. How is the universe created? So it exists from energy, but energy is always in motion. You just can't grab onto it. So you have to kind of give it a racetrack to follow. And so when we look at the cover of book number 1, and we see the rotating field, but it's not just that, there are interactions within that field. And so the energy is going both ways. And because it's going both ways, then energy has a charge, because that charge reflects the motion. And so if there is a motion, it has to be between two fields. And so all things are in combination. And so we have to understand that there's a combination possible on one energy level, but there's a combination possible between energy levels. And we know that because the energy from the sun comes to the earth and it goes through the vacuum. But if the energy is going through this vacuum, how does it do that? So there has to be a connection. And so we find that our understanding of the vacuum is totally upside down because it doesn't look like there's anything there, but obviously it's full of principal matter. And this principal matter is energy. And it's the plasma field transaction currency. It's the plasma fuel. And how do we get this? Well, that depends on susceptibility. So what does that mean? Well, when we decide what something is, we have to see what it isn't. And so something is something as opposed to it being something else. But something is always something. Nothing is nothing. There is no such thing as nothing. There's only a plasma interaction. And so we are understanding an infinity loop where all things are working in combination. But do we understand that there's a magnetical pushing and a gravitational pulling, and that the balance of the magnetical gravitational field forces is what we call a mag-grav condition. And so that becomes balanced. And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, is this the garbage from the universe? Or is this the manifestation of the interaction of the plasma fields? And if it's all balanced, then how come we have so many different elements in the periodic table of elements? And isn't it interesting that iron is right in the middle of this thing? And the iron is essential because it's a component of our blood, and it's a component of the earth. And there's a connection there as well. And then there's other elements like copper and zinc, which affect our physicality and our emotional strength. And then there's other elements like magnesium and calcium, which give us a substance, but also give us a connection. And so what we've done here is we've moved the columns from the left over to the right so that we can create this smaller picture where you can see the key components, the copper and the zinc and the magnesium and the calcium. But then you see the chlorine and the sodium, which they're individual on the periodic table of elements, but in combination, they're salt. And the hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen are also individual, but the combination are amino acids. And so we see that there's a functionality. And so where is that functionality functional? And can we all be plasma scientists? Well, we had to during the pandemic. We made the cups of life, and remember that these weren't the cups of the pandemic. They enhanced our emotional strength, which came from that inner space. And we had in it physical things like the zinc plate, nano-coated copper coil, and the copper coil. And we hooked it up with wires. But what we were looking for was that magnetic field and the gravitational field. And then we found the difference between the emotional cup and the physical cup. by changing some of the elements. And so we see that the physical cup was the magnetical giver, and the emotion was the gravitational taker. Well, how can the emotional cup be gravitational? Because it's the higher strength. The higher strength feeds the weaker. So shouldn't it be the gravitational giver? Well, now we understand how the cups of man are working, because it's a two-way street. So the relationship of the giving and taking is all based on your point of view. And collectively, there's a magnetical gravitational field force with a core strength. And so we don't look at it individually, we look at the total picture. And interestingly enough, when we remove all the components, and we find that there was a field working inside, and it was very artistic. And so we see the residue here of what was going on inside the cups. Here we are looking from the top down, and we see the crystalline formation that is a manifestation of the field forces within the plasma cup. And here we see the dynamic reaction and how it grows. And we can see that the gas is forming a ring, but it's in the water. And you can't do that with a swizzle stick. And when we look top down, you can see how the gas perfectly aligns with the physical constraints of the glass. And we can see right through the water. We can see right through the glass. And we can see right through to the table underneath. That's amazing. It's as if nothing is there. But what is there is this rotating field. And it's not only just a rotating field, but it's rotating as a spiral in, and it's rotating as a spiral out simultaneously. And there is a core field strength, which is either giving or taking, depending on your point of view. And so we're talking about the principal matter of the PMTICs, which are basically an energy pack and are converging together in a force field interaction, which we call a combination of antimatter, dark matter, and matter. So this combination is a Maggrav condition. But a Maggrav condition is in balance. And when it's in balance, it's not visible. But what we see is that that field goes beyond the edge of the Maggrav. And we know that because each of us has many ideas floating through our heads, and we can share these ideas. And we don't get hurt physically when we do this in a natural way. It comes from the core component. So the idea as an electron is shared magnetically, but the creation as a neutron is maintained gravitationally. And so when you look at the core component, they look the same. But can you see the difference? And there is a difference. And this is what we have to understand. The difference is, as we look at the magnetical field forces and how they differ from magnetic field forces. So if we're looking at magnets and we see their relationship in the top half of the picture, depending on the polarity, there's a space gap, which we call repulsion. But if we change the polarity, then that space gap disappears. We call that attraction. And speaking of disappearing, if you remove the magnets and replace the magnets with plasma fields, we find that the magnetical field forces remain. And they have the same characteristics of repulsion and attraction. And we know that because we've seen that in the cups of life. So how can you see something which you can't see? Well, you can't see the field forces between these two magnets, but you can see that they're pretty well attracted to each other. And you can't see the polarity, but you know that you're looking at opposite poles. You don't know which one is which, though, but it doesn't matter. As long as they're opposite, you have a relationship. And you know that's an attraction there because we pinch this towel in between the two. But what happens if we flip one? Well, we don't have to do anything else. They will simply repel themselves. And so there's a gap now in between. So we didn't create the gap. All we did was we flipped one magnet. So we have to understand that we really have a relationship and we're trying to build something. You have one point, you add a second point, and then you make the connection. Is it repulsion or is it attraction? Or is it a kind of repulsion or a kind of attraction? Because it's not absolute. Because the balance point is a balance between the force field of the attraction and the repulsion. Because if you didn't have the balance, then the attraction would go all the way to the point where the two magnets would come together. But if it has an attraction, but there's a gap, then that gap has to be created by the repulsion. Now, if there wasn't attraction, then that repulsion will keep on going, wouldn't it? So you never get a balance. You have to have both. And so then we understand that we look at the rotating fields of the Earth, and we find that if there's its two same poles, that there's repulsion, then we know that we have to flip a pole so that there's attraction. And that's why we have a North Pole and a South Pole. And we have two rotating hemispheres. And that's what happens in the plasmatic reality. But in the physical reality, the sun comes up in the morning and sets in the evening. And this is important for us because when we look at our cups of life, which includes the emotion, the physicality, and our soul, we have to understand that our relationship with the Earth also matters. And not only do we have our soul, do we have the Earth soul, but we have a combination of the two. And that combination is called the inertia. This is another consideration. So when we look at the total package, we see the 5 cups interaction, and we see them individually, but we have to look at collectively that there's a magnetical gravitational relationship, and there's a soul of the collective that operates as well. It doesn't negate the operation of the individual cups, but there's a collective operation. And so that becomes part of the stacker system, the 5-cup system. And where we see that we can just, by changing the components, by changing the elements, we can change the outcome. And when we look at the relationships, and we say, well, there's a cup of soul, cup of emotion, cup of the physicality, and then the cup of the inertia, of course, is, from our point of view, the interaction with the Earth. And then we find that there's a feeding, and the higher strength feeds the lower strength, but not exclusively, and not individually. and lower field strengths also feed to further lower field strengths. Not individually, not exclusively, but simultaneously. And so at the lowest level, you get fed from all of the levels above. And that's an ongoing process. And as a result, there's an interaction. And that interaction is the cup of inertia. Is everything taken into account here, or is there more? And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, we find that those elements are all part of this earth. And so when we look at the feeding cups and we understand that we only included maybe 6 elements in there, and then we look at the feeding units and we find that they have over 400 elements in there, we start to understand that, you know, as we expand our schemes, we can do more and we can be more. We're only at the point now where we're aware that we can do this. And we've imposed some limitations. And so our limitation is understanding that in our earth space, we now can see that we can transcend the various energy states. And when I say we can see it, we can't see the plasma states. We can only see the residue of the plasma states. And when we're focusing on the lowest energy state, heat and electricity. And you wonder why that's obsolete. And our next energy level is the nuclear physics. And we're at the point where that's obsolete. And now we're in the plasma physics. And the way we understand the plasma physics, even that's obsolete. Because we've gone through a different kind of transformation, a different understanding of what is basic transportation, and understand that there's more, because there's different matters. There's the physical matter, the plasmatic matter. And in order to understand it, we have to understand that we can sense it. We have to be able to sense it to understand the difference. And so we have to go through this change and understand that when we're talking about transportation, we're talking about small land matter state, the physical. And when we're talking about the transformation, we're talking about the capital M matter state, plasmatic. And we have to understand the difference. And our souls do understand the difference. And we understand this every night when we go to sleep. Because we leave our physicality behind and we travel. And now we know that we can travel in many places. And it all depends. It all depends on our understanding of how things operate. And we come back in the morning. Come back where we left. And yet we have no faith in the universe. Strange. And so our point of view is earthbound. Well, we have to understand that our point of view is from our soul. And our soul is the highest energy state, so that's gravitational. And the physical is the lowest energy state, so that is magnetical. And we have to understand that the earth is gravitational. And so this is why we are firmly walking on the ground. But we have skills to learn. And so that all depends on our point of view. So the reality is the reality manifestation. So when the two fields come together, they form another, and that field is the manifestation. And it's this plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So we understand that that can be either non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. And so there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And any reality is a form artifact. So that manifestation is the form artifact. But we all understand the emotion of presence. And so the emotion of presence is a form artifact of energy and motion as well. And so we see how relationships are developed, and we see how there's a limitation. So when we look at the magnetical-gravitational relationship, and we say, well, we want it in balance, which we call a maggrav, we see that we can't see it. It's invisible. And it's not normal. Because energy is always in motion. So to try and quantify it scientifically is impossible. And to try and corral it spiritually is impossible. But what you can do is bring the two together as a plasma science and add to that knowledge. Just like the Earth and its two rotating hemispheres. And what knowledge is it adding? Well, obviously, there's an earth knowledge, there's an elemental knowledge, and there's also RNA and DNA knowledge. And doesn't matter if you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, we'll walk on the earth. You're never upside down. There's no such thing as upside down in outer space. There's only a relationship. Magnetical gravitational relationships. What is this yellow submarine? Why was it such a pivotal point in our generation? Because we all live in this yellow submarine. And we still live in this yellow submarine. It's been a long time. And so, for those of you who don't know, there was a major event in Toronto in 1969. Long time ago. And it was called Live Peace. And we were imagining peace. And John Lennon was obviously a member of that famous band called the Beatles. And he wanted to give peace a chance. Did we even know that peace needed a chance? And so we learned something about transcendence. Did we even understand what transcendence meant? We even heard the song, we all live in the yellow submarine. Yellow submarine, yeah, yellow submarine. The yellow submarine was in the sea of green. Well, what does that mean? And so when we talked about light, and we talked about the colors, and we talked about the relationship of wavelengths and frequencies, wavelength, the length of the wave, and the frequency, and how it relates to light, the speed of light, which is constant. And yet we can move through this. And the direction that we're moving with the yellow submarine in the sea of green is we're moving to a higher frequency. But we're still in the yellow submarine. because we're heading in uncharted waters. Well, are they uncharted? Or is it our impression that it's uncharted? You know, it's like, what about Christopher Columbus when he came to America? That was uncharted, or was it? And as he said, Captain Columbus, I think we discovered India. Well, did Christopher Columbus discover India? Or did Christopher Columbus discover America? What about the people that were there? What did they discover? And so we have, you know, our Tavistock friends, courtesy of Timothy Leary, saying, tune in, turn on, and drop out. I understand that he was not an original thinker, but he was an advertising agent for Loosh harvesting. And Loosh follows the law of detachment through a misunderstanding, promoting fear and greed, promoting ego validation, causing us all to leak of our energy. And as part of a physical feeding system we call Loosh harvesting, well, we didn't understand that in order to preserve the Loosh and not to leak, we had to remain detached and at ease. That's the law of detachment, so that we could soar past the eagle and be free, as Carlos Castaneda would say. Did he really understand what he was doing? Or was he another misguided soul? And so when we look at the soul food, which is what we really need, the truth is, what it meant was to tune into the message from your soul, turn on to the energy from the universe, and drop out and fall into the soul of your body, and to understand that you have to get it in before you get it out, because you receive from the pattern that you provide. And if you tell the universe to shut up, then you will go hungry. And that's the message from the nowhere land. And so, yes, John Lennon sang a song called Imagine. And the words said that imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. Just a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. And the world will live as one. Sung by John Lennon. Words by the noble man. What's the connection? There's a Ganset connection. We are reviewing advanced understanding. So we have to look at the fundamental principle of the twinity, where the speed of rotation of the large twin plasma of the proton is interacting with the small plasma of the electron, because the two together work together to create the atom. And yet, when we look at the rest of the universe, which is a lot bigger than the atom, isn't it? And we say, well, something's missing here. And so what we're talking about is the principal universal line mass. And you see that there is a central principal zone, from which everything radiates. And as it radiates and you go from one side to the other, imagine a sweep. It's a point sweep. Put yourself in the center, grab onto the left and swing it on to the right. And so what you find is you created the rotating field. But that's only half the picture, isn't it? And that's why we have these flying saucers, because they're only half the picture. They're not created like the Earth, which is two halves together. So when we look at the universe, it's two halves together. But there are points within the universe where the energies come together. And when they come together, they create this rotating field. So we see the creation, and we see the result of the creation. And something is always something as opposed to something else. And so the energy somehow goes from one to another. And if we understand the capillary effect, which is when you have two bodies of water and you create this siphon bridge, and this siphon bridge can be a tube where you can siphon the water from one to the other, and you will find that that water will move. Why will it move? Well, because there's an inflow and there's an outflow. And you will find that you can increase the number of elements and make the connection, right? And as long as there's this inflow and there's an outflow, this connection will keep moving in a daisy chain. And we call this cascading. And you can make this daisy chain as long as you want. And it will still work as long as you have an inflow and an outflow. Which one is giving and which one is taking? So you have to realize that in order for the outflow to be able to give, it has to receive. But in order for the inflow to be able to give, the outflow has to flow out first. Because if the outflow is not flowing out, then the inflow will overflow. There's a sequence. And isn't it ironic that we call the center part of the periodic table of elements the transition metals? And what's at the center is the iron, which is common to the blood and to the earth. And so that point of convergence, call it the vanishing point. And the reason for it is because something is always something as opposed to something else. So when something comes to a certain point, then it's diminishing, isn't it? But as we drive down the road on a sunny day, you see far into the distance how the asphalt shines. And the reason is because of the angle. And so we find that the shining is actually a luster. And that luster is a flattening of the rotating field. And what happens when you flatten a field? Well, then you introduce what we call hairpin turns. So when we look at the principal universal line maps and we flatten the rotating field, we find that the ends become sharper. Well, how is it possible to navigate around that bend? And so remember, when two fields come together, they interact. They make a connection. And so what happens when you make that connection, when you have all these fields coming together and they converge? Doesn't make any sense. It's all just coming together for what? For what reason? And so you see that there's a convergence and there's a divergence. There's a gravitational, there's a magnetical, and there's an interaction when two forces come together. And they don't collide, but they deflect. And so we see that the field remains, but there are other forces that we have to take into account. So what happens when we have a field force that is contained by two other forces? And when we position these magnets and we said, oh, well, you know what, these magnets here, they are representing a connection. And that connection is a balance between the attraction and repulsion forces, which we can't see, but in this picture, there's something else going on here. And so let's release that. And so we find the fundamental principle of the twinity, where these two force fields are interacting, but there's a lot that's going on in between. And interestingly enough, when we put the water in the center, we find that the field forces are going around the water, and the water has a affinity to the gas. And there's a connection called the Ganser connection. And that Ganser connection, when we take the water from the inside and move it to the outside, that Ganser connection remains. Because we found that we can take water that's acidic and put it within the field and convert it into alkaline water without electrolysis and without chemical supplementation. And so we find there's a relationship of the outside field to the inside field. And that's the same thing with our RNA, DNA. There's a plasmatic relationship between the RNA and DNA, and there's a physical relationship between the physical RNA and DNA. And the combination of these two creates an inertia field, this interaction point, which is part of what we call the infinity loop. And so we see that with the amino acids, we create the star formation And so the energy converges and then the energy diverges, but there's a point in between. There's a point of conversion from the plasma state to the physical state. But it's a two-way street, isn't it? So there's a conversion from the physical state to the plasma state. And you know that you can do that because you made the cup of life. And so whatever you created was at the interaction point. We call that a conversion point, the field of inertia. And it goes perpendicular to the other two fields. But that's only in 2 dimensions. When you look at the cellular structure, you find that it goes in 3 dimensions. This convergence is in 3 dimensions. And so what we're looking at, a cell here with phospholipids. And it has within it the DNA and the RNA, but then it creates something else. What does it do? And how does it do it? So we have to better understand what it means by being monatomic. And so the difference is, of course, we have a copper wire, and that copper wire has the copper elements linked together. But when we nanocoat the copper wire, we have the copper elements, but they're not linked together. They stand individually, but they act together. So not only are they maintaining the relationships, like magnets would create a relationship, and not only do they have this magnetical gravitational balance, or what we call a balance between the repulsion and the attraction forces, but we have these gaps in between, and they also have an attraction and repulsion force. So when we have nanocoating on the copper, we have millions of magrevs. Each atom is monatomic. That means it's a single atom. It acts as a single atom to maintain its singularity, but it acts across the gap. So millions of magrevs act across millions of gaps. And the gaps and the magrevs interact and create millions of dynamic plasma reactors. Now we understand the nanotechnology and how it really works. And it works to our benefit, because not only do the layers create a base, but the layers themselves create a star formation. And then when we find a star formation, it interacts with another star formation. And that's how the energy flows. But the energy is synergistic. So you have multiple monatomic energy flows. And so we've known about superconductors for many generations. And superconductor works at room temperature. And one of the best superconductors, of course, is not only the amino acid, but the essential fatty acids that we have. They operate in an amino nanostate. So literally, we have been superconductors all our lives. We're just becoming aware of those capabilities and what it needs. And so all the principles of the basic rules of plasma science are there. Where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and then we understand the direction of flow and how it has to keep flowing in order to maintain the force field. And so we find that water is a universal solvent, and it in itself is a magrat. Well, how is it possible for an oxygen, a big fat oxygen, to be in balance with two little tiny hydrogens? And so we find that there's the magic of this little energy parceling unit, which allows water to be essential for life and a key component. And so we see that in this field, what goes around comes around. And so what does that mean? Well, something is always something as opposed to something else. So from this rotating field, we can create a star formation. So obviously there are things that are happening that are causing this to happen, which you can't see. All you can see is the reality. You can see the form artifact of that reality. And you can't see the impetus that caused this form artifact, because that would be the emotion. But you can see that something has created you. And something has created you in the image of you. Can you accept that you created yourself? Can you accept that that was the intention? Can you accept that you had a brain or you have a heart and that it too was created? And when you look at the brain, it also has two hemispheres. Isn't that interesting? And then when you look at the cells and you see the phospholipids, which are like soldiers around the perimeter of a cell, and there's two roads, and they work together. And not only that, but there's an outside of the cell and an inside of the cell. And funny things happen. You have straight lines and you have bent lines. And then there's bending and more bending. And in the process of bending, funny things happen. So we find that some essential acids are slightly alkaline and are essential for life. I call them omega-3, 6, and 9. But in that process, we create hydrogen and oxygen. So what happens in the universe when these things come together? And why do they keep coming together? And so we need to understand this monatomic daisy chain, where the individual components are making the connection, but there really is no attachment. There's a cascading of energy flow, energy flowing in and energy flowing out. And it only works if there's a pattern. And so we see that when we go from the physical elements of atoms, where they are linked together, to the monatomic structure of the nanoparticles, and then popcorn creation of the gas and how it gets converted, and we see the relationship of the interacting fields and how they create things. And this all becomes not only the GANs of man, but the world of man. And it all has to do with dimensions. And you go from 2 dimensions, and you put a bend, and you create a 3rd dimension. But in that process, you create more. And so we created hydrogen and oxygen. And if we keep doing it, well, we create more. And we have a whole bunch of periodic a whole bunch of elements on the periodic table of elements, and one of them being zinc. And we see what happens when then we put a bend in the zinc. And it's very soft, and you keep bending it, and it'll eventually break. Well, what happens when we do that to an energy field? What happens when we flatten out that field and it comes to that hairpin? What is the difference in going from the straight line to the hairpin bend? Because there's no accounting for it to happen, is there? Unless we open up that field. And so we find that the opening up of that field facilitates the navigation around the hairpin. And so by changing the relationship between the magnetical and gravitational force fields, we change the relationship of the manifestation. So we find the same thing happens in the universe. There's a connection. And so this is the gas of the connection, because it's a plasmatic field force. And so the plasmatic fields can be physical or non-physical. But somehow, some way, we have to navigate around that hairpin. Okay, well, we navigate around that hairpin, but what's on the other side of that hairpin? Or we're not going to worry about that right now, are we? We'll leave that to discuss later. What we have to discuss is that when we go around in this field, there's a difference between the inside and the outside, so they cannot be the same. The fields have to open up. There has to be a relationship to maintain this field. And so we find that we have 2 arms and 2 legs and a heart. We have to have a place for our brain, and that's in another field. And so we see how we're structured, how we go from this straight line, navigate around the hairpins, but we have to take other things into account. And so where we are is at the convergence point. And just like the Earth at its convergence point is the energies coming together from the rotating hemispheres, creating that one point. But now we understand that there's also a gap, because there's a gap between the rotating hemispheres, isn't it? Otherwise, it'd be a grinding or a braking, in fact. Braking as in stepping on the brakes and impeding the rotation. So when we look at book number 1 in chapter 16 and look at the fundamental difference between inertia and gravity, we can see that the inertia is due to the total interaction of the PM ticks of the matter. And if we understand the structure of plasma, it is defined as the PM ticks and gravitational fields due to the capital M matter in the small m matter components of the plasma. You have to take both into account, because both are there. So the inertia of the plasma is the total collection of the PM ticks. And as such, is applicable to the dark matters, the antimatters, as well as the matter components, which we said is either capital M matter or small m matter components of the plasma in the universe. And so we see the relationship, the gravitational relationship as being inside the field, and the inertia being outside the field. But if it's outside of one, it's outside of the other. And if there's a connection, it has to be connected to the inside of the other. And so we see the infinity loop, and it maintains this balance. And yet we know that there are no two fields the same. So one loop has to be magnetical, one loop has to be gravitational. Because if both loops were either magnetical or both loops were either gravitational, they would not be connected. Something is always something as opposed to being something else. So what is that something that keeps it together, and how does it stay together? So let's look at the currents of eddy. What keeps this neutron as the core component of the gravitational force field of its singularity? And how do we go from this neutron to this electron-proton combination and create this release of the PM ticks? And then how does the electron and the proton keep its combination? And so we look at the phenomenon of water, and it has the same condition as an energy parceling unit, where it's in a maggrav state with the two tiny hydrogens and a very big fat oxygen. They keep a balance. But the unique characteristic is that we can take one of these hydrogens and just shear it off, knock it off. And where does it go? I don't know. It all depends, doesn't it? But we know that it's in motion, so it's got to go somewhere. And at the same time, what's left behind is this hydroxyl. And it's still a marriage between a hydrogen and an oxygen, because it's still water, but it has a negative charge because it's missing that electron. And so it attracts something, and that's why it becomes a solvent. It is something as opposed to something else. And because it's a universal solvent, that something else could be something to make it dirty. And when it becomes dirty water, it loses its balance, doesn't it? It doesn't become as energy efficient. It doesn't, shall we say, make the energy flow. And in fact, it can become quite stagnant. And we know when it becomes stagnant, it can become quite stinky. But when it's in constant motion, there are always these waves. And so we have to understand what it means to have waves, and we'd like to get a picture of it. But we have to imagine that something else is going on. And that what's going on is the difference between American football, where you have control, you have stagnation, you always stop the action, or you have rugby, where the action keeps flowing. And that's what waves are, the action keeps flowing. And we are more than 75% water. Well, what kind of water is it? And is it always in a wave action? Are you getting seasick? Or are you feeding yourself? Are we using the wave motion of the water to enhance the feeding? But if the wave motion is physical, and we're talking about plasma water, where it doesn't have a wave motion, then how does that work? And so let's look at this water molecule and we see, you know, in the physical form, if we say that the water is like a magnet, and we have a big fat oxygen in the middle, and we have these two hydrogens, and because of the same polarity, they repel, right? And they repel a certain distance, but they keep moving. And so when they move, there are other hydrogens in the water and they move. And so the position changes, doesn't it? And the waves go in and the waves go out, and the waves go in and the waves go out. And so this positioning isn't static, it's flowing. And this is a key component of water. So when we look at the cells and we look at the phospholipids, and they're like soldiers, and when they're in balance like this, you can see that nothing much can happen. But we have to take something else into account. And we've already done that. There's an inside and an outside to the cells, right? But there's another thing. We have to take into account the earth. And not only. So when we're looking at the surface of the cells and the phospholipids, we have to understand that in order to maintain the force field of the cell, there is curvature, just like on the earth. And so if there is a curvature, then there's a change in the conformity of the fields that are converging. And we have to understand that the energy has to come in and go out. And so we have to have a difference. We have to have a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so if it's coming in, it's converging in, and if it's going out, it's diverging going out. Now, what we have to understand is two-way pathway. So when we look at the universe and we see how we navigate around the edges, what exactly are we diverging from or converging to? Well, let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about the relationships here on Earth. Let's look at maybe a relationship and say energy is flowing through a straw. And as we'll find, there are many examples of energy converging and diverging, as we see in music and a wonderful instrument called an accordion. Now we understand how scientific accordions really are. And in fact, we can have a syringe that's like an accordion. And so we have to understand that there's a gravitational and magnetical component there. So if we're acting on the accordion, that's the primary energy giver, the gravitational side. And whatever's happening on the magnetical side, depending on how we're squeezing the accordion, stuff is going to come in or stuff is going to go out. So just by using the syringe, you become a plasma scientist. And so what we're talking about is this magnetical attraction and repulsion. It's a relationship, right? Always a relationship. Now, if we have all of them in the same alignment as if they were soldiers. I think you can clearly see that, you know, if this is a line on American football, and this is a blocking line. And if you need to be going through that line, you need to be a little bit creative. And if you want to keep moving, you know, you've got to keep changing direction, don't you? You can't be static. And so we change our straight straws into curlicues. Or we can change the direction. And so we can have a second line. But if that second line is going in one direction and the other line is going in the other direction, they are both blocking lines. And then what happens when you snap the ball? You get friction. So you have two fields that come together and you have this friction. A lot of stuff is happening. And it's happening in different directions. So whatever's happening in between there is the interaction point. Right? So we see the action of the infinity loop, but not in one dimension, but in two dimensions. And so we have to understand that there's something happening in between. That if we don't maintain some kind of balance, then we're going to have a loss of organization. So if we put a rotating field in between, and if we follow the direction of the straws, we can find that there's a compatibility. The field only has to rotate in one direction, and both lines will be satisfied. And we know that because when a boat floats in the water, you see the eddy currents. And so the friction between the boat and the water is facilitated by the rotation of the eddy currents. Well, in the plasma, you also have a plasma friction when two fields rotate together. But the difference is you create a PM tick. And so we understand in space technology how we go from spheres to cylinders. We have two star formations. And if we open up and look inside, then we can see this magnetical gravitation relationship on both ends. But there's a convergence of two gravitational fields in the center. There has to be a way of maintaining the integrity of those magnetic fields. And so we have these eddy fields in the center that are unseen, that allow the crossover at this vanishing point. And so not only do we have an interaction point between the two fields, but you have the interaction between two hemispheres, plus the interaction with the DNA and the RNA, plus the plasmatic and the physical fields. And so what you get is cell division. And from cell division, you have cell multiplication. And so the unseen is this unseen field. It's like an eddy current. It's a facilitator but it also is a binder. And so we have binding and we have flowing. But it's not just in two fields. It's in 3 dimensions. Because you can go in and you can go out. And you can go around. Complete transmutation. Now you're aware. So, where does the cup of the universe come to play in all this? So we talk about the cups, the 5 stacker unit. These are all the cycle of life cups, aren't they? Because they not only involve your soul, but they involve your emotion and your physicality and the environment, which we call the earth, and the relationship between you and the earth, the inertia field. And these are all part of life. And they're all interactions. So what you're seeing is not only the monatomic structures of the cups of life, but you're seeing the nano gaps between the cups of life. And then you have to understand that there's a rotating field in there, which is facilitating the binding and the flowing, and they all work together, not just as a stacker unit, where you have the vertical waves and the horizontal waves and how they work together, but the matter state of all life and all creation. And when we call that matter state, capital M matter state, it doesn't matter if it's plasmatic or if it's physical. The rules are the same. So when we look at the cup of the universe and we see how we create all these ganses, copper gans and zinc gans and calcium gans and iron gans, and how we put it all together. And we see the convergence, divergence, balance. But there's always this independent variable. Because we're all of the same common denominator, but we're all unique. So this becomes the problem when we have to understand this hemispheric interaction of what we call the bicameral brain, the 2 rooms. And so we've interpreted it as being not only two-faced, but two-fisted, two-timing, double dealing, and double crossing. That's not the way the universe works. There's an interaction of these fields, and this creates a gravitational component. And it interacts with a physical component and interacts with the emotion. And so when we ask, is the brain or the heart? Well, what it is a plasmatic interaction. And whether it's the brain or the heart, it creates a plasma field. And so if we look at the brain and how it individually is a plasma field, and from there, it creates this dynamic plasma. And then if we look and we see that the structure of the brain is beyond its boundary, it doesn't stop at the boundary. It's interacting with something else. And as it goes around the corners, around the hairpin turns, and is around the surface, in order to maintain that motion, it has to interact. And so we find that each end, whether it be the top of the head or the tips of the fingers or the tips of the toes, we have to navigate around that, and we have to interact with other things. So when we look at our physical destination state, Yeah, that's our physical body. But what we have to understand is that there's a dynamic transfer state that goes in between. And that transfer state is not just a specific component. Because whatever we are part of that environment. And so we have to transcend the limitations of our physicality and understand that we are part of something else. And we have to interact with that something else. And so when we're looking at the universal cup is interacting with the stacker. They're all made of the same components. But the energy transfer is done differently. And we know that because when we go to sleep at night, we break the chains. Our souls can travel monotonically and maintain the connection because we wake up in the morning and come back. And so we understand that there's this light force, and that's different from the physical light or from the gas light. And we understand that there's a physical light and a non-visible light. So the interaction of our physicality and the interaction of our souls acts as one. And when we say what goes around comes around, the interaction of all the souls on this planet interact the same way. That's why the plasma dome works. And that's why you work with it. How can you manifest the field strength? You have to understand that there's a natural creation and a natural decay, and it's a two-way street. And you don't want to leak. You want to be as stable as possible. And so can you do that? Well, the first thing is you have to be aware. You have to be aware that there's more. You have to understand that the origin of the universe can create more. And then whatever you create has an interaction with other fields. And as long as you don't choose which field, you're able to interact with as many as you want. So you really have to be careful what you wish for. And so now we have an awareness that we can, through our body enhancement, connect our tangible and non-tangible assets. But through the material enhancement, we can connect our non-tangible and tangible assets. And so we find that we are the connection between the source and the destination, and there is no mass confusion. It all revolves around peace. Peace is at the heart of it. And so when we look at the plasmatic energy that's at the heart of the star formation, we find that that's created because we create the pattern. And when we create the pattern, we get the energy. They go together just like the electron-proton combination of the atom. And from there, not only do we create our different transportation mediums, but we understand how the rest of the universe is created and the connection. And so now we understand how we can put the greater oneness together, and we've been trying to do that for 498 Thursdays in a row with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We publicly have announced the transcending of the limitations of nuclear science for those who want to listen. And so, to better understand this dynamic transfer state, we need to come to some conclusions. How is this MAGRAV created through this divergence and conversions? And from there, we create this conversion of energy. And does it come through the poles, or does it come through the equator, or does it come through other dimensions? Let's go back to the infinity loop. Yeah, there's a loop, but we're only looking at the one loop, one dimension. And we have to see that there's a convergence to come to that vanishing point, and there's a divergence to leave that vanishing point, but at the same time, there's a convergence coming back and a divergence going from. That's how the infinity loop works. So when you look at the plasmatic residue, we have to understand that that residue is a form artifact of energy in motion, and it's coming from somewhere. That's why you have to add a form. But let's add, because we have two plasma fields. And when they rotate in one direction, then you have this divergence. This is your physical small m matter state friction. So you have another core. And so when you find that these fields are rotating in the same direction, that you have this friction. But if it's just physical, then you have this divergence. But if it's plasmatic, then you have this convergence. A gravitational convergence, isn't it? So you have this eddy core, another field in the infinity loop at this vanishing point. And now you have the second dimension where you have this connection. But it's not in balance, is it? There's no accounting for any flow here, is it? Because you're not taking anything else into account, and you can't make a decision as to what to take into account. We have to create a star formation. Once you create a star formation, you have both. You have the stability of the MAGRAV, and you have the interaction of the field forces. And you have the eddy core, the non-tangible, non-visible. So when we say oxygen, and it's oxygen 8, and when we say hydrogen, we say hydrogen 1. So is oxygen hydrogen 8? Not really, because hydrogen does not have any neutrons. What oxygen does. We really don't know how many neutrons it has. What we do know is the mass. So when we look at the mass, we say that oxygen has a mass of 16, which would be, well, 8 protons, and a mass of 8 neutrons. But all of these protons are connected to an electron. So we know that an electron and a proton are married together, and they don't have a neutron. They're a product of the neutron. And so the electron-proton combination is actually the same as a hydrogen. So that's oxygen. And we have to understand that when we look at the relationship, what we call a right angle, so we can see that we can get a right angle of 90 degrees. But the reason I bring that up is because we're going to make water from oxygen. And we added 2 hydrogens to make the water. But the angle of the 2 hydrogens is greater than 90 degrees when it's in a crystalline form. But water in a liquid form is a wave, and it keeps moving. And why does it keep moving? Because it's interacting. And so this becomes the fundamental principle of protein building. Why is that? Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because when you produce water, you produce protein. When you produce one, you produce the other. There is no garbage in the universe. And the protein follows the pattern of the amino acid. And the key component of the amino acid is the oxygen-hydrogen relationship. And then you add the carbon and the nitrogen, and you have the amino acid. So this is all part of the star formation structure of the amino acid. And you create both. And so when you look at the daisy and understand that the daisy is a physical manifestation of the proton, of the protein, is a physical manifestation of the protein, which comes from the amino acid. And we understand that there's water inside. So we have to see that the daisy has different components. And so in fact, it's a physical manifestation of the dynamic daisy within. So the dynamic daisy is a manifestation of its star formation. And so is our soul. And so is your physicality. And it's all part of the dynamic plasma. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, calling all knowledge seekers. Make the connection. Life's learning lessons transmute your soul growth. Understand, we're talking about different dimensions, 3 dimensions, and you are not part of any of those 3 dimensions. Because you're the observer. But there's a connection. So it's not that you're not part of those 3 dimensions. It's that those 3 dimensions are part of you. That's how the universe works. The universe works from peace. And what we need on this planet is world peace. We have a world peace treaty. Please sign it. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, and sign it with your soul. And we understand how the plasma fields work. Through the plasma dilution, the dilution of emotion, which allows fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. And it's the ethos that maps your position, and the universal community is your travel guide. The speed of love manifests and determines your inner emotional construct. These are the fundamental building blocks of your inner space. And the earthbound soul family is looking for a gravitational transformation of that inner space to restore the physical and emotional vitality, not only of you, but of your soul and yours and the planet and the soul of the planet. Because it's all a manifestation of the emotion of knowledge, which is embodied in the transmutation connection. And this connection connects equally to the universal cosmic rays freedom broadcast. And this is the broadcast of the inner space of the universal community. And so the cup of the universe, if you understand it, resonates with the proper plasmic universe. That's why plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of this lesson, and then thank you very much for going through this review and allowing me to present. Hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Or is it the new inner space age, Alex? We always want to go out, but we don't seem to want to go in.
That's right. You got to get it in before you get it out.
Yeah. Wow. I think you could spend an hour or more or days on each one of those panels you presented. As we know, we can always go deeper and deeper into this knowledge in every aspect, I think. Thank you very much. Just want to remind everyone that there is a testimonial meeting tomorrow, 8 p.m. in the public Zoom room, which is the 939 room. And that's at 8 p.m. CET. And that's the second Monday. So if you have a testimonial, if you've received something, please feel free to share it. Rick would be happy to accommodate you. It always makes his job a bit easier. But we do have many testimonials from the Brazilian team, and I'm sure a few others that'll be delivered directly tomorrow. So please come and support if you can. I know the testimonials should be growing. I also noticed, Alex, that Santi was here, and usually when he comes in, he'd like to share something with us. Is he still here? And I know he's very instrumental in building a wellness center down there. Santi, if you're with us, if you're close to your mic, did you happen to see the video that Andreas made? We can try to forward it to you, Mr.
No.
Keshe.
Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to be with you. Thank you, Alex, for your class. And thank you, Mark, for this workshop. I am working on studies now. These 2 months ago, 2 or 3 months, I'm studying Feng Shui and other disciplines that has to be with the plasma science, and very interesting. The wellness center is being built, but very slowly here in Uruguay. So I'm entertained with other subjects. I saw that video. Yes. I keep with the Spanish team in the workshops.
Mm-hmm.
And well, studying a little bit.
Okay, take the screen back, please, Alex.
It's long ago that I haven't been here with you. More or less 2 or 3 months, I suppose.
Well, we're
No
glad you're
problem.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it doesn't always, as Mr. Keshe said, his dream, he's realized the dream after 40 years of trying to get this taken. So no problem. We have all the existence in the universe, as he said, whether it takes 4 days, 4 weeks, 4 months, 4 years, or 400 years. We're here to serve. So thank you, Santi, for serving, and always feel free to come in and share anything you'd like or be part of this meeting or any other one.
Well, thanks to you. Next few weeks, I'm going to send you the studies I'm doing. They are coming back again because I was very occupied with the construction works. So now I'm coming back to the studies of plasma science.
No problem. As we said earlier, there's no bad knowledge. We're open to all knowledge, Mr. Keshe said, and I'm sure we're going to discover many new knowledges as we start to interact with the universal community and share that. So, and they're going to share with us, we're going to share with them. But as he said, there's no bad knowledge. Saeed had put a question into the chat and another one into the Q&A. And feel free, Santi, if you'd like. Can we elevate the souls of our enemies?
I think yes, of course.
I think yes, too. And of course, Mr. Keshe said we really don't pay a lot of attention to our enemies because they are there to serve us, even though we think they're playing a role as well. So at one point he said, we don't pay attention to them because they're there to serve us. So they're playing a certain role, and what we would consider not good is used to create the good. So yes, we can definitely elevate those who we consider our enemies, even people that poisoned Mr. Keshe. He invited them back to illustrate the next book, if you can believe that.
Huh?
Yeah.
Excellent.
I know.
Excellent.
So anyone who had gotten poisoned by someone and it was documented, how deep do you have to understand this knowledge to even offer them the ability to illustrate the next book? Wow.
Wow. We have to maintain elevated. That's our work. Mm-hmm. And as we shine, we can deliver light to others. I think that's the way we have to do things. It's very difficult in these times, in these moments of the world, but we have to maintain up very high our energy, our ethos, and go through a straight path. Okay.
Yes, he referenced we're the soldiers of the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And we're that. They're trying to put this technology back in the bag, as you've heard the expression, put the cat back in the bag. But he said we're the part of that cat that's not back in the bag. Those are the knowledge seekers. So we keep pressing forward. Mm-hmm. And surely, step by step, what was promised will be delivered. It is being delivered.
Yes.
And now, with the huge backing, I think the potential is obviously unlimited at this point. But we press on, we keep working, and Mr. Keshe is doing his part, and we keep doing our part.
Yes, as he said, this plasma science, we have to study for the next 1,000 years. And thank you, Alex, for your classes, because they inspire us to keep on going and keep studying this. and learning from each other. I learn a lot from everyone on the workshops. It's very good to keep on participating in the workshops and bring more people to this table, no? To this
No
place.
question. No question. There was a question. We were going to play one of the questions, and I just put it into the chat. It's at 1 hour and 40 minutes into the 498 workshop about mathematically calculating a formula to explain the plasma creation process. He said it's an impossibility, but you can try. And of course, the creator would be very pleased because he'd even learn something that he couldn't accomplish as well. But yeah. So again, some people, you know, we talk about wellness or we talk about people going into the system and doing that. He said one of the things you could achieve by going into the system was a more dedication to the knowledge and trying to understand it. So that's another thing. It's not always fixing the knee or the elbow or the neck or the headaches, the chocolate addiction or whatever. There's many things that are happening, and they're all working together. We're not that far up on the ladder to be able to see the picture, the overall picture, but in the future we will. We'll have that time to see.
Of course, yes.
Can I say something? Thank you, Alex and Mark.
Thank
Hi
you.
there.
And
Hi.
Sandy and everyone that's here and everyone
Yeah,
in the
everybody.
nation.
Yeah. Yeah, for everybody. Yeah. Can I?
Of course,
Hello?
we have microphone.
Yeah. Okay.
That's thank you. We have
Thank you.
seen you in a little bit. Thank you, Santi, as well. Feel free to, again, come in more today or anytime you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't attend few classes in here. I was busy. Busy means learning a lot of stuff, more stuff, other way. So
I thought you were going to say you've got a little fed up with the physicality. You decide to explore the universe even more than you have been.
I did. I learned a little bit more. Our main problem is unknowingness. We don't want to learn. One problem, and another problem is we don't have belief in ourselves. In Bangla, we talk like Atmabishwas. Here people say confidence. It's the really different meaning of the confidence. Atmabishwas. We say
when you say Bangla,
yes,
Bang.
Yes, Bengali language, and Hindi is similar. Atma, it means soul, and Bangladesh we say Atmabishwas, and believe is Bishwas. That means here we say confidence. Over there we say believe in your soul, believe in my soul. That is Atmabishwas. And Hindi, those people say Atmabishwas, the same thing. Believe in soul.
Yeah, very interesting. In the West, we always want to go outside. It's almost like a preset thing that the solution has to be outside of us. But Mr. Keshe, in the East, people are more inclined to go inside to find the solution. Right. Mm-hmm.
So problem is not knowing, not want to understand or not want to learn. And another thing is not believe in soul. So a lot of stuff happening in here, happening long time in here. and we are still blind because of our belief system. They're brainwashing us and other system too. So if the problem is so deep, if we don't believe our soul and we don't want to learn, so I don't know how to break the cycle.
Well, it was
And
interesting. Mr. Keshe said that the soul has intentionally blinded us to its existence and its operation, if you can believe that.
yeah, but
Soul itself. Mm.
but there is a way to learn and understand. We are multidimensional being. We are not in one place on one matter state. We are going everywhere. Multidimensional. We go to other dimension. So knowingly, unknowingly, we are doing that always, but we don't believe that. That is the main problem. That's why people manipulating us. They're
Yeah,
they're washing our
the
brain
soul.
1,000 way, right?
He said the soul likes to play games, and maybe it's catch me if you can, and then when you can find your soul, then he opens up, or the soul opens, the energy opens up to you. But it's almost like, okay, you got me. All right, we'll work. I'll make myself more apparent.
Yeah. I'm learning the QHHT, and then sometime now I'm seeing the Farsight Institute. I want to know everything, so sometimes I get lost in one thing and then come back and do other things. So I'm learning a lot of stuff. So I learned our physicality. Lot of stuff is happening because of our emotion. The disease come from the emotion. The cancer come from the anger, hidden anger. Sometimes we forgot. Long time happened, but the emotion we kept in ourselves. So emotion, that is energy. And then energy build up little by little. So, and someday, some years later, the disease come because of the energy build up. So the emotion making all kinds of stuff, but we don't want to know what is going on. We always depend on the other. The every solution, everything in ourselves, inside ourselves, but we don't want to know. We don't want to practice. That is the thing. And then we are so lost with those programming. Now we don't have any confidence. We don't have any atmavishwas to believe our soul. We have the solution. We are making everything. And this now we are so lost. That's why the other people who knows a little bit before, so those people are manipulating us. Those people are taking our energy. Now only way is to open our eyes, and we have to believe ourselves. We have to believe our soul. We have everything inside us. Outside, nothing. We have to believe. And that situation is so deep. We have to, if we want to get out, we have to believe ourselves. So, and everything, we are multidimensional. We are not physical, only physical. So we go everywhere. We have the solution, but we don't have the atmavishwas. We don't have the soul belief. That is the thing. So, so I'm learning those things and feeling those things. I'm going other places. Everything is so clear, but why don't people want to understand? everybody, we are always looking outside the stuff to help ourselves. No, everything inside us. And
Yeah, that's what we said earlier. Man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. This, I think, was from book 1.
Yeah, we need to see look different way everything. The programming is not working. We are going down, so we have to see other way. We have to find the way. We have the way. Just we have to change our belief. Just believe ourselves. Believe in our soul. Yeah, that is all I want to say. Thank you both. Thank you both.
Thank you, Selena. Beautiful. Yeah, I know this is what it is. I know in that Mr. Keshe a couple times in Italy last year, maybe the year before there, he was saying that systematically, even the religious leaders have purposely not allowed us to find our soul as well, that it was somewhere out there. We had to find it somewhere, or it's hiding in a certain place. But this is what he's opening up, this whole understanding. Thank you, Selena, very much. And again, if you do travel, come back sooner, if you'd like.
Thank you.
And share more. Saeed had put another question in. Alex, hello, blessings. Does Mr. Keshe discourage using scalar energy metaphysical products? Is scalar energy part of the plasma fields, or is it different? Thanks. Alex?
Okay. I cannot answer your question with the scientific information, except to emphasize what I've been trying to emphasize all along. How can you differentiate between the plasma reality and the physical reality? And what does it mean? So since the plasma reality always manifests the physical reality, so that has precedence. And since the higher energy feeds the weaker strength, then the plasmatic reality is the higher strength. So the individual sciences that you are constantly referring to are sciences that are proved through verification and validation. And this is the essential definition of science. If it can be proven with man-made devices, then it becomes scientifically accepted. And so if we can't have a physical device to prove it, then it doesn't exist. And this is what science has built its foundation on. And of course, the spiritual community has capitalized on that because it's built its foundation on emotion. And so the two are tugging in opposite directions. And what we're trying to do is to bring the two together. So when we're starting to focus on specific points of the physicality or of the science, not only are we saying what we are, but we're ignoring what we're not. And the reason that's so important is because at the moment that you ask your question, you set the boundary. And that becomes the problem. It becomes the limitation. So you aren't what you are what you're not. So when you try and identify what you're not, you can create the boundary around that. And what you're not means what you are is everything else. This is
made me think of that color example, Alex, you often give, where the blue jeans are not blue.
Right. Right. And so when
And you would think, shadow of a doubt, is it my lying eyes? I see blue. Don't tell me the blue jeans are not blue.
well, this is why we're living in a yellow submarine and not a blue submarine, because there's no blue submarine. You know the old joke. You know, if you want a blue submarine, you take the yellow submarine and paint it blue. Well, no, okay, because that's just the surface. And what we're dealing with substance, not superficiality. And this is the thing that is so difficult for people to understand. And you know, I was involved with a health company, and they had food, health food, and that was pushed forward by the husband. And then the wife decided, this is a true story, the wife decided that, you know, to increase the products and to increase the profit of the company, and knowing fairly well that the cosmetic industry was very, very lucrative, she decided to introduce products in the cosmetic line. So you think about it, a health food company with a cosmetic line. So what the health food does is it builds up your physical and emotional stability, whereas the cosmetic line is superficial, and it tries to cover up your physical and emotional shortcomings. And so by business plan, they exposed their lack of understanding of their business plan. And so what's the prime motivation? And so they disclose really that they're involved in that business plan, not for the benefits of the health or the benefits that they can contribute to their customers, but it's all for money. And this is the problem. We're always doing things for the purpose of money. And we have to do that because that's how the whole world is operating at this point in time. And so if we are looking...
At least they were honest about it.
No, they weren't. They were totally ignorant about it. That's the problem, you know? And that's why I say you can't insult the ignorant, you know? If they would just put makeup on it, you know? And it's like, you know, putting lipstick on a pig, you know? It's still a pig. So you have to understand that the difference between substance and superficiality. So, you know, we are fooled so many times, and you know, men are constantly fooled by women, right? Because women are beautiful. But you know, when you look at the horizontal people, you will find that basically women are only beautiful in the human horizontal people. In every other race, the women are dull and drab, and it's the men who are beautiful. You know, look at a peacock. How can you tell the difference between a male and a female peacock? A betta fish. How can you tell the difference between a male and a female betta fish? The males are beautiful. And who is the dominant male? The most beautiful. So, you know, you look at, say, African cichlids, which is a fish, say, in Lake Malawi. All the fish are dull and drab. You can't tell the males and the females apart. But one is absolutely brilliant in color, and that's the dominant male. And what's the purpose? It's to attract the female. And why does the female want to be drab? Because that's a form of protection. If you eliminate that colorful male, one of the other males will suddenly turn color and become very colorful. So you say, well, wait a second. Did he go through, you know, a paint shop? Did someone, just drop a can of paint in the water and splash him and make him colorful? And so you find that the color, although in appearance it's superficial, the color comes from a gravitational core component. This is the important point. If you can understand the difference, then you would formulate the question in a different way. So what we're looking for is for the essence of what life is about and how we interact with the life. We don't have to control the life, because the life that we have was created by the universe. So it is insolent and ignorant for us to turn around and say, we're going to control life. It would be as much as saying, can we elevate the souls of the miscreants? Yes, we can. But can we control their mind? Not without penalty. Because in order for us to do that, we have to diminish our capability. And I'll tell you what, in my opinion, that's not a fair trade. Okay, because if I have to diminish my capability to enhance your capability, you're going to take a back seat. That's just the way it is, okay? Because I'm self-serving. So can I be self-serving at the enhancement of others? Yes, I can. So we provide a pattern. And then it's up to you to accept that pattern. But here's the catch. Here's the catch. Which one decides? The soul of the body or the soul of the man? And if you blink, and the soul of the man decides to speak, he's going to be caught. And at that point is a balancing. And that's not from me, that's from you. That becomes from within you. Your soul, and your soul is called the physicality, will come to a balancing. And each one is individual. And so the life has lessons to be learned. And if you haven't learned those lessons, then, we go through a review process. And that's what we're doing today. We're reviewing the advanced understanding as presented by me. Okay. But, these lessons are going back almost 3 years. And you say, has nothing changed in the meantime? Oh, yes, lots has changed. First of all, we have become aware of the power of our soul. We have become aware of the earth having a soul. We have become aware of the interaction between our soul and the soul of the earth. Okay, so that would be the soul of the inertia. And by tuning into that, we give what we want to give. We give what we want to create. And when you are in the business of creating, then you're not in the business of creating something else. So you have to ask yourself, what is it that you want to create? And you have to create that and understand that the plasmatic energy is the substructure for the physical energy. So what we do when we go to sleep every night is that we release this plasma energy to formulate the plans and the manifestations that are required for the physical manifestation to materialize. The new science that I cannot teach in these public classes is the science that allows us to transmute physically. And this is a truly new science, because even in the most confidential and most classified documents, there is no discussion of that subject. We haven't gotten that far. We're still in the process of dreaming. And now to realize that the dreaming is not just something that we do at night, but it's something that we do basically 24 hours a day. Our whole life is based on dreaming. It's just that at some point in time we can manifest physically. Now, can we remanifest? Can we dematerialize and materialize in the physical manifestation, which is the transmutation of our totality? And our totality includes all the dimensions. So it includes the dimension of the soul of the man, the dimension of the soul of the body, the dimension of the physicality of the body, and the dimension of the soul of the cells that comprise the body, in conjunction with the soul of the environment, whichever environment that is. So then if you take that totality, you can apply that to any template. So that template can be applied to any template. You understand? So that formula, and it's not a mathematical formula, it's a plasmatic interaction of plasmatic fields, can be applied to any template, whether we can call it the Mars template, or we call it the solar system template, or we can call it the Earth template, or we can call it just, our community template. Whatever you want. If we understand that, and we understand that the common denominator is the peace, because the peace is the courier, and the delivery package is the love. The love is energy and motion, and that's what it has to stem from. So all these others are really just diversions, and so it becomes imperative for us to understand the difference between our plasma reality and our physical reality. And so the whole purpose of these classes is to clearly delineate which is which, so that as you navigate through, you can say, oh, okay, that's physical, that's plasmatic, higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Okay, now I know how it works. So you end up knowing by connection. Thank you for your question. I hope that helped.
Would you like to respond? Okay, anyone else have any thoughts or comments, questions, disagreements? No problem. We'll battle the knowledge. Well, Alex will. It was interesting, Alex. I was hearing an interview. It looked like it was from the early 60s or 70s. Al Bielek, who was one of the two people that jumped off the Eldridge, I guess, when they were trying to transmute it. And they jumped into the ocean, the water. And what he was saying, you mentioned the soul of the planet. And I always thought that was a little bit hokey, that the planet was this living entity, or Gaia, or Mother Earth, and all that. But what he mentioned there was, he said the understanding of the Earth being a rock, or this iron in the core and all that. He said that knowledge we give to the universities and the colleges. The more advanced knowledge is knowing that the Earth is a living entity. So again, just a little tidbit I thought I'd add in.
Yeah, and it's a sad thing that you have to add that in. And I was listening to some of the discussions in some of the university forums, and it's actually really sad, because a lot of it is just brainless. They almost seem like they're on remote control. They themselves are they're not talking from their own conclusions or their own discoveries. You're just basically parroting what all the influencers on the internet are talking about. And they can't transcend the difference. And, you know, I came to this point. It was very, very difficult for me to cross this bridge. And the reason for it was because I went to the library, something that very few students do to these days. I went to the library and I looked at all the books, and it wasn't the biggest library. Every library has a different size. So I was in a library that was pretty decent. And I realized that I would have to have multiple years, multiple lifespans, in other words, to read all the books. So I had to somehow decide, you know, which books were worth reading. And, you know, I remember a saying from my dad, you know, sometimes he felt sorry for the tree because the tree gave from its physicality to create a paper and a book. And what a waste. And so, you know, the intention of the tree to be able to create documents that we could read and learn from. And when, you know, stupidity and wrong knowledge is put on those pieces of paper, it's the intention of the tree gone bad. And we were the ones who polluted the water, so to speak. And so now I had a dilemma. How do I differentiate? And I had to learn. And I did. And I found that as I read one book, it led to another, and it led to another. And once I found that path, I couldn't miss. You know, instead of out of 10 books, maybe reading 8 books that were nonsensical, maybe one book. And then I got to the point where I wouldn't even have to go through a chapter or so until I realized that it was a piece of garbage. And this is a skill. And I was able to pick it up. And this becomes really important today, because when you look at the internet, you can spend forever just browsing the internet now. And a lot of it is useless information. So we have to be discerning. And that's not politically correct. We have to be discriminatory. That's not politically correct. Yeah, of course you have to be discriminatory. But discrimination has nothing to do with superficiality, nothing to do with the color of skin, nothing to do with the religion, nothing to do with the science. Discrimination has to do with the core principle. And if the core principle is peace, you're there. Wherever you are, you're home. Back to you, Mark.
I want to say something in here right now.
Please go ahead.
Today, few weeks ago, I was listening one interview in the not interview, some guys, the very educated guy, one of the scientists in here, very I won't say his name, is a mad scientist, very famous. He and then other scientists talking in the Facebook, interviewing each other, talking each other their finding about their new finding and this and that. So I was listening them, and then there was a Iranian scientist too, Mohammed something name. So they're talking, and after almost 2 hours, after listening them, I find out they're talking about the heart and mind connection, the third eye opening, and then India, I think, for those people say Kundalini, totally that knowledge. They are telling those things, oh my gosh, big word, and very educated way, very different way. The simple thing, but they're making very big thing, and then knows the quantum computing and this and that. So overall, when I hear their talking, that everything is bogus. So not only here, their lecture, and I always try to listen the higher educated people, those classes people, and then the normal people, the spiritual people, all kinds of people, and then I compare what they are talking. I want to understand, and I have little experience. So I match with those two. So right now I find out always those classes people, whatever they're talking, mostly bogus stuff. The simply one stuff, that is the heart and mind connection, the brain connection, the third eye opening, or the Kundalini, India, people say. Those kinds of stuff they are talking about. And everything related with that. And another thing, we are constantly improving, right? When we learn more, we know more, we do more. So we are adding knowledge. We are experiencing stuff, whatever we have. So gradually we are getting improved, right? So the energy is not staying in one place. Now, whatever we are talking about a few minutes ago, whatever you were describing, the energy is not staying one places, one way. It is improving, developing, or releasing, right? So that way, if you think, you can uh, explain, or you can say this energy hold this stuff. I'm not saying proper way, but you understand, Mark, right? Whatever I am saying. So that way, if we think, if something gradually improving or releasing energy, so we can say that it is the one way, it is the final result. So whatever you were talking a few minutes ago, that's why I told this. That's it. I don't want to talk.
No, but that's exactly right. So you're being discriminatory, but the way you do it and the way I do it is going to be different. But the thing is that you knew right off the bat what was right and what was bogus. And so this becomes very important, because following these bogus things is a waste of time. So, in simple terms, what I learned from the science allowed me to join the Keshe Foundation, and within 5 minutes, I knew that he was talking about superconductors. Within 5 minutes, I knew. Okay. And
Yes.
what I was amazed at was that it was at room temperature. And it didn't take me long to figure that out. Now, that's because I spent a lot of time learning about, this, it was an integral part of my life. I spent 9 years studying this. So anyway, I can spend a lifetime studying it and still not know, but I use that knowledge to look at the Keshe Foundation and find out what's happened. So I've been in the foundation myself only since 2015, and the key component to the whole thing has been consistency. So if there is a theory, if you put forward a theory like the theory of relativity, you only need to disprove a theory once, And then not only is it no longer a theory, but it's bogus. It's over with, it's done. So whether it's string theory, biggity bangity theory, or whatever, it's over, it's gone. Okay, you don't dwell on that, and you don't have to worry about being a skeptic. And the moment you see a skeptic write a book about skepticism, you know it's bogus. Because why would someone waste good money to write a book about nothing? So when we're talking now, we have to stay within our limitations, which is given by our knowledge and our education, and rely on our inherent knowledge, which comes from the knowledge, the emotional knowledge, which we were born with. So we have to depend on some way to figure something out. And what was shocking for me when I found out about this, and I'm saying over 30 years ago, was that I was able to figure out when someone was lying to me. And it was very embarrassing because my instinct said, oh, I want to call him out for lying. And then I realized that I would be putting them in an embarrassing position. And then, I would come under attack. So I had to pretend that I believed them. And, I've been thinking about all this time. So it's like, why do I have to spend the effort to pretend to believe your lies? So all I need to do is to discern your lies, discriminate, figure out what is truth, what is not truth, and proceed accordingly. And so utilize that to say, well, that's a lie, and you're going down that path. So I don't need to go down that path. And I don't need to follow that path to say, gee, I wonder if that's a lie. And I guess in many ways, we call it going down the rabbit hole. I don't need to go down that rabbit hole. I know it's bogus, okay? But I didn't know because I didn't have the knowledge. I was naive, okay? So in 1969, when John Lennon came to Toronto, I was 18 years old. And, life was wonderful. The future was bright. Everything was great. We were going to have a new space age and everything was going to be wonderful. But, it didn't happen that way. The quality of life has diminished over a period of time. So why is that? So we have to learn. We learn now, the difference. So where are we going? One of the ways to understand that is where you don't want to go. And when you look at all the discussions on the internet and you see what they're talking about, you make a decision. No, 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 no. You go what's left. And then what's left over. And that'll be the path that you need to go. And even down that path, you still need to make choices. So all these skills that we develop along the way help us discern. And did I know that there was a difference between the physical reality and the plasma reality? No. Did I know where the soul was? That was a huge problem. Because everyone's thought, oh, the soul is up there somewhere. Where exactly somewhere is that? When we find out that the soul is inside, then what happens? Now we have to have an alignment. Oh, is this what all the shamans are talking about? The alignment. Well, okay. So now we understand that we have to have the soul alignment. Do we know how to do that? No, we don't. Okay. So right off the bat, that's the path you have to go. And that's what we're doing. And now as we go along, we've developed our skills to know which path we're on. We're able to know that it's the correct path. And why? Because everybody has worked so hard to prove that war and terrorism does not work. It brings peace And I mean, it brings agony and everything to this planet that you don't want. Peace is the only thing that brings life to this planet. And so, you know, that's what we need to pursue. And so the question then becomes is why are we not doing that in daily life? And every time you ask that question and when you get the answer, that guides you. And so that's what we have to rely on at this point in time. And every one of us is becoming more awake, more aware of what matters and what doesn't matter. And what's come to matter is that our life is very important. We have a purpose. We don't necessarily know what the purpose is, but we know that it has a purpose. And that's where you build your foundation on that, and then you will find that you can go in peace, in harmony, self-serving at the enhancement of others. Yeah, so thank you very much. That's a brilliant answer. So I appreciate your input there. And thank you all for allowing me to continue to present with this, because I have to stay within, you know, my capabilities. But, you know, Mr. Keshe is moving ahead with the Knowledge Seekers workshops, and we have to understand what he's talking about. And so what he's talking about is the foundation of our very existence. And we have to understand that our community and our neighbors are part of that existence. And so we have to help them out as much as we can and not leak in that process of doing that. Back to you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're past midnight. Anyone else want to add anything else? I'm going to play a small video from Marie. Very interesting. 3 minutes. And then the final disclaimer in the meeting will end. Would anyone like to mention anything? Remember the testimonials meeting tomorrow. One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace on Tuesday. The Reactor Group, 7 a.m. on Wednesday. Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Look in the Telegram just in case the time has been fluctuating slightly as of late. And the One Planet program, again, these are all in the public Zoom room or on YouTube, some of them, I think, or live stream for Rick and the Reactor Group. And you're all invited to attend and be part of them and share, even in the other language communities as well, even if you're not understanding the particular language you're joining, but the soul understands completely what's being transmitted. So anyone else want to bring anything else up? Okay, I'm going to take.
I'm gonna repeat the one
Please.
sentence again. That is, believe in your soul. Nothing else. Just believe in your soul.
Okay. And interesting, I heard someone, an old Apache knowledge they were sharing. They said, Alex, all you have to do is find one white crow to prove that all crows aren't black. Okay. All right. Thank you all again. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you may listen to this, or when you listen to this, perhaps in the future. So thank you all for being a part of this, bringing the change slowly. But again, Mr. Keshe says, get ready to be thrown into the pool of this beautiful technology for all of us, rather than dragging along, he said we've been dragged enough from the Belgium sun on. So thank you all again, and we'll see you soon in one of the next meetings.
Our message is very simple. The man himself is part of the creator. And this is the eventual understanding of the teachings. When you are part of total, you are the total. You carry all the essence of it. It's you who decides to what limit you want the essence to manifest itself. When you stand and look at totality, you have to be impartial to every aspect, be it the way you've been brought up, the way you were educated, because by being impartial, you just look at everything else. You don't need to defend position. And not defending a position, you don't spend energy, but you add to the energy, because from what you learn, knowledge, if you ever understood, is sharing part of the soul of the man who gave you the knowledge. This is what man has not understood in most of the work of this culture. When you read something from Einstein, when you read something from Edison, when you read something from Tesla, when you read something from Da Vinci, when you read it, it's just a reading. But when you understand the reading, you receive part of the soul of the man. That's how you elevated yourself. Reading and knowledge and understanding it, doesn't matter what it is receiving from the soul of the man, because he had so much to give. Now you receive it. And then if he can use it, you have elevated yourself to his level. And a lot of people don't understand this. Enlightenment is part of the field of the universe. It's you who decides how, at what level you get enlightened, and then this is the process of the progress of the maturity of the soul of the man. Please try to understand the whole knowledge. It makes it easier to teach.
I guess some good wise words of wisdom, and will help you a lot in the future as well. Very good.
It is that we learn, we know. Don't target and try to achieve. Target and try to understand. But understand on the way the totality, not just focus on one thing. It says you can attend a class. It doesn't mean you're going to learn anything. Our message is very simple. The man himself is part of the creator. And
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.